on two different angles right now. As you can see, the Blues coming out right back behind Adapt. They don't know which doorway to push. It looks like they're just going to lean into it. It's going to be Show that takes the face full of lead, but Fox making a good play for it. Gets a second one, trying to survive it through, and he holds!
Sorry, I actually got surprised about that swing.
Và để xem nó sẵn sàng xử lý như thế nào đây. Sapper nằm xuống trước từ vị trí top thứ 5. Sin bị bắt gặp game hội đồng ở đây và bắn knock out chỉ của Cory. Vẫn đang nỗ lực từ Sin bị cái knock out thêm cả đi scouting nữa. Sẽ chỉ còn lại một người duy nhất với game Hà Đông. Khi mà Bảo Nam vẫn còn nguyên cả 4 người. Sayriu đang từ biệt cuộc chơi với game Hà Đông dừng lại top thứ 4.
Don't make a meal of it. I was kind of giving you an option to explain why you picked this. Don't make me look like a fool here. Oh dear, the corner. Oh dear, it's a tag. It's there we go. Fighting against the front. All right.
네. 타이밍 보세요.
근데 이거 외곽 쪽에 나와 있는 맥주라가 좀 해줘야 될 것 같습니다.
밀렸고요.
네, 어떻게든 이거 풀어야 돼요. 칩트 게이밍 너무 잘 보는 거 아닌가요?
수류탄 날아오고요. 이 차가 몇 대인가요? 6대.
못 잡아버리고. 그래도 맥주라 살아있어.
ที่ 6 จะกำหนดในอีกประมาณ 30 วินาทีสกินไปได้ทางของชินวีเพิ่มเติม
เป็นน็อกอีกหนึ่งน็อกมาจังหวะนี้แจ็คกูลอฟกับแกเดชอยู่จะปาเดชไปด้านหน้าปาเดชไป1ลูกกันก่อนตรงนี้มาโค้งย้อยเด้งในจังหวะแหมหลังรถมาหลังคาอีสปอร์ตมา1ลูกซ่อมก่อนละกันเรียบร้อยโอ้โห
Play on the outside, just to the right of what's going on. Looks like he's realized he has an opportunity. Rest of the team's coming through. Shitboy going out the pan to start it off with. Spark can get some support off to the side of it. So now it's Dignitas in vision and range. Knows the fact that it is.
They don't want anything to do with this whatsoever. Meanwhile, Team Liquid will just keep on holding people back, and that's not the way to do the drive-by. That's a little bit sad, and he keeps going, in my word! Navi just demolishes Ents on arrival. Thank you very much, boys. We appreciate the vehicle.
可能会有点危险了，
比如 Esther 卖个破绽，
对，
是吧？然后你马路干拉着一波过点，戳向一个人打你，到脸上了。这有个草加箱子，很遮挡视野，
一点都看不到，他完全不知道。
对，好难发现。
哎，这个
踩头上了，哎，踩到脸上，吓死了，兄弟，你搁这趴着干啥呢？
Well, it is that time finally. After 2 weeks of play, we are here. It is week number 3 of PCS5 APAC. My name is Chunks. I am joined by the one and only Saga. And what a way to kick off week 3, Saga, with the best region and the best duo caster joining me.
Look, we're not even from the region, but we had to come in because this is going to be an exciting week. We've seen 2 weeks so far, which have essentially been dominated by the Vietnamese region. We haven't seen too much out of Thailand so far. We saw definite good things out of OCE, particularly in week 1, where both of the representatives from that region picked up a win in games 1 and 2. And last week we saw Serayu from the Indonesia. They absolutely came out swinging. Nobody really expected to see them do as well as they did, but it came at a cost for the Challenger Rumble, with Archangel Predator kind of faltering a little bit in week number 2 compared to week 1. So plenty of teams still looking to up the game for the final week.
Absolutely. Look, I do want to touch for a second on what happened last week, because it was something that me and you were talking about in the pre-show. Obviously, with our OC caster bias that everyone always reminds us of, we've got to talk about those Fury wins. I mean, that zone, all right, the fact that they were able to make it in, I haven't had a chance to be on stream. I got to talk about it for a second. The zones that they were getting to be able to pick up a win, it was promising. Can they get that going? Because Fury are a team that we expected massive things out of. Sure, they've delivered, but maybe not quite as dominating as a lot of people would have expected in this type of lobby.
Yeah, particularly without Buriram here, everyone really expected. I mean, if you go back to the previous PCS, it was a battle for top place between Fury and Buriram. So without them qualifying, it felt as though coming into this event, Fury should just be able to ride it out and take home the dub. And it hasn't quite gone that way. And you could say that, yes, the circle hasn't favored them in a lot of their games, but they have proven that that doesn't always matter. That Miramar game was off the charts. It was probably the single best performance of the team that I have seen this year, if not ever. It was so clean the way that they played it. And on top of that, they also won the game on a wrangle where they played a completely different style, just got into the compound, rode it out and secured the win that way. So a bit of adaptability there has certainly shown through for them. They've shown that they are able to play the winner chicken dinner format without faltering to the same level. So hopefully they can use some of that momentum in week number 3.
Absolutely. Look, it is week number 3. Let's take a quick look at the schedule so far and see how we got here. Obviously, we are 2 weeks in. Each of those has been really excited. Remember that the pick'ems are closing. I believe they have already closed, so last chance to get those coupons in. Starting off this morning with APAC, or this morning for us. Then later on, it's going to be Americas. Same goes for tomorrow. Then at the weekend, Saturday, Sunday, we have Asia and Europe. It's been exciting so far in all regions. So if you're able to set those alarms, make sure you catch every single game of PCS, because it has not disappointed this time around.
Oh, it's far from it. It has been by far the most unexpected outcome so far. I mean, if we look at the top 2 so far in terms of the prize standings, of course, Vietnam is up there. And it's really maybe the teams that we may not have expected, not necessarily those long stay teams like Cerberus, like Game Home that we've seen quite a few times previously, but it's those new up and comers that are really having the impact here.
Yeah, let's not forget as well, look, we are split into 3 weeks, and each one of those weeks has a separate prize pool, so it's always interesting to see how every week progresses. I believe that we do have that now, and obviously, you know, 6 days, 12 matches this week, meaning that there's 36 overall. It's the most chicken rule, meaning it's all about those wins. Obviously, the tiebreaker is going to be the most kills, and then it comes down to who survived the longest if two teams have the same number of wins and the same number of kills. And then, of course, the overall PCS winner comes down to the team with the most prize money. So you want to be doing as well as you can every week, but don't forget the prize money increases week after week. So you want to be having a big week this one, because if you can grab first place, it doesn't really matter where you are on the leaderboards, you are going to be bumping up big time. 29k for first place, and obviously $100,000 overall in week number 3. That is an absurd prize pool, Saga.
It definitely is. And then we have to look over at the right, the special prizes as well, an extra 20k up for grabs. I'm not going to lie, I have a team in mind for the Insane Squad, definitely, that we may or may not see take that at the end, but I've certainly got a candidate for my favorite team for that spot. But it's definitely good news that the prize pool ramping up. It's nowhere near as extreme as it was in PGIS. That prize pool in the final week was absolutely absurd, but here in week number 3, it is definitely vital that the prize pool has increased, because the way that the previous weeks have gone has left us in a position where potentially, if it was even across all of the weeks, it may not actually make too much of a difference for this final week. But with that extra boost in prize money, there is still several teams who can walk away as the PCS5 APAC champions at the end of today. And it all depends on not only their performance, but the performance of the teams who have consistently been doing well so far, having to falter and fall victim to a little bit of that APAC chaos.
Let's not forget as well, of course, we got the cash prizes. PCS5, the winners will go directly to PGC, as well as all of the teams being able to collect those PGC points. So there is a lot on the line. Even if you are down in last place at the moment, you want to be getting that cash. But the teams that are at the top, they can't just let it go. They can't just think, well, we've got cash now, let's not worry. There's still 2 days to go and 2 more opportunities to stack up those PGC points and get to the Global Championship, because that's where the real cash lies. And not only the cash, the glory more than anything, Saga.
I'm definitely interested to see how the PGC points will play out for the Thai representatives. It's been a disappointing performance so far, but there's still a week that can make all the difference here for Day Trade, Attack All Round, and Sharper realistically as the 3 teams that we have our eyes on to potentially lock in, at the very minimum, the best Thai representative slot, bearing in mind there is a slot for the best Thai and the best Vietnamese team. The Vietnamese one is very much up for debate between BN United and Unicorn Phoenix this time around, but if either one of those teams wins the tournament as a whole, which is definitely a possibility, then they will both go to PGC, so maybe it's not too much of an issue. But for Thailand, it's very unlikely that any of our Thai teams will walk away as the victors of PCS5, so it all comes down to being the best team from the nation of Thailand to join Buriram at PGC, and that is going to be a very, very hot competition.
A lot on the line here. Before we do get into the games, we have mentioned the fact that this isn't just APAC. There are so many different regions all around the world that are taking part. We do have a quick video to remind everyone of the past week or so of highlights, so don't go anywhere. Check this one out.
Fox now looking on 2 different angles right now. As you can see, the Blues coming up right back behind Adapt. They don't know which doorway to push. It looks like they're just going to lean into it. It's going to be Show that takes things full of lead, but Fox making a good play for it. Gets a second one, trying to survive it through, and he holds!
Sorry, I actually got surprised about that tweet.
Và để xem nó sẵn sàng xử lý như thế nào đây. Sapper nằm xuống trước từ vị trí top thứ 5. Sin bị bắt gặp kêu đông ở đây và bắn knock out vị trí của Cory. Vẫn đang nỗ lực từ Sin bị cái knock out thêm cả đi scouting nữa. Sẽ chỉ còn lại một người duy nhất với game màu Á Đông, khi mà Bảo Nam vẫn còn nguyên cả 4 người. Sayriu đang từ biệt cuộc chơi với game màu Á Đông, dừng lại vị top thứ 4.
Come on, don't make a meal of it. I was kind of giving you an option to explain why you picked this. Don't make me look like a fool here. Oh dear, the corner. Oh dear, it's a tag. It's there we go. Finally gets the break. All right.
네. 아, 타이밍 보세요. 근데 이거 외곽 쪽에 나와 있는 맥주라가 좀 해줘야 될 것 같습니다. 밀렸고요. 네, 어떻게든 이거 풀어야 돼요. 슈팅 게이밍 너무 잘 보는 거 아닌가요? 수류탄 날아오고요. 아, 이 차가 몇 대인가요? 6대. 못 잡아버리고. 그래도 맥주라 살아있어.
ที่ 6 จะกำหนด ประมาณ 30 วินาทีสกินไปได้ทางของชินวีเพิ่มเติม
จะเป็นน็อกอีกหนึ่งน็อกมาจังหวะนี้แจ็คกูลอฟครับกับแกเดชอยู่จะปาเดชไปด้านหน้าปาเดชไป1ลูกกันก่อนตรงนี้มาโค้งย้อยเด้งในจังหวะแหมหลังรถมาหลังคาอีสปอร์ตมา1ลูกซ่อมก่อนแล้วกันเรียบร้อยโอ้โห
Should play on the outside, just to the right of what's going on. Looks like he's realized he has an opportunity. Whereas the team's coming through. Shitboy throwing out the pan to start it off with. Spark can get some support off to the side of it. So now it's Dignitas in vision and range. Knows the fact that it is.
They don't want anything to do with this whatsoever. Meanwhile, Team Liquid will just keep on holding people back, and that's not the way to do the drive-by. That's a little bit sad, and he keeps going, in my word! Navi just demolishes Ents on arrival. Thank you very much, boys. We appreciate the vehicle.
可能会有点危险了，
比如 Esther 卖个破绽，
对，
是吧？然后你马路干拉的一个过点出现一个人打你到脸上了，这有个草加箱子，很遮挡视野，
都看不到，他完全不知道。
对，好难发现。
哎，这个
踩头上了，哎，踩到脸上，吓死了，兄弟，你搁这趴着干啥呢？
Well, we are here. Look at this head-to-head saga. We spoke about the teams to look out for, and I think Unicorn Phoenix and BN United are definitely a clear contender right there. Unicorn Phoenix obviously coming out on top last week. 3 wins and the 61 kills. But don't forget BN United right there. Same number of chicken dinners, only 2 less kills. It's a close one. It's PCS APAC. What do you expect? Welcome back, Saga. I believe that hopefully we'll be into the game soon.
We certainly will. I mean, realistically, it can't get any closer than coming down to the very last game. Not for the first time that has happened in APAC, I will add, but Unicorn Phoenix did manage to close out that final victory on day 2 last week and just about edge out over BN on the wins. I mean, look at BN's damage on Miramar, an average of almost 1,400 damage per game, an average of almost 7 kills per game. That is 6 games of Miramar where that has been the case. They absolutely dominated on that map, but Unicorn Phoenix did manage to close it out, clutch up the win, and now they're currently sitting pretty at the top of the standings. $37,000 already locked in, a clean 16k above second place, and realistically they're in the perfect chance now to walk away as the victors of the entire event, unless things go drastically wrong and open a potential opportunity for the likes of Fury to try and close that gap.
Look, you spoke about Fury. Let's look at the team insight right there, and you can see why we have to keep talking about them. Look at that damage on Flood, averaging 500 a game. Name one other player out there that can do that. I think you would be hard. You would struggle to find a player that can farm the same amount of damage that Flood can put out, but obviously Cow has been putting in work as well. Look, it looks like the game is now getting underway, so apologies for the delays. We're starting off over on Erangel Saga, obviously alternating between the maps tonight, ending on Miramar, and just look at the changes in the pick'ems right there. Unicorn Phoenix moving up a spot, overtaking Fury, BN United doing the same. Can you blame people for picking those teams with the insane performances coming out from all those top 3 squads?
You certainly can't. No surprises whatsoever to see both of those teams creep into the top 5. It took them a while to get here. The belief wasn't there in week number 1. We started to see BN and UNP creep in week number 2 after their solid performances in week 1. But now they're definitely rounding out the top 3 with Fury up there. 20% of the vote as well. But look at those top 5 percentages down at the bottom end. That is the teams that have the most wins. And of course, Unicorn Phoenix is at the top.
Course, speaking of Unicorn Phoenix, let's hop on board with them early as they're going down for those vehicles, obviously grabbing the J compound. You know the age-old saying, if you can grab J compound, you win the game. We'll see if that rings true in the circle when that pops in about 10 seconds. But Saga, now is crunch time, all right? We are in to the final 12 matches of PCS5. If you need to make changes, they have to work out, and well, no changes to the circles. Equally awkward as usual. Eagle 365, BN United, the only teams that really have players in. Maybe you could say Archangel Predator do as well. This is going to be an exciting start to the week.
It certainly is. Sharper getting close to having an exciting start of their own. It's not the first time that Fury dropping on the eastern side of Yaz have had Flood run down somebody who's going for that hard spawn. It's usually Game Home. Clories has fallen victim to it once or twice in the previous PCS, but this time around they do force him off, make him head back into Yaz, regroup up with the rest of the squad. He thankfully had a buggy to try and work with, and that puts them in a reasonable position now to make an early rotation into the zone. But this zone is so open towards the center. There is minimal compounds, and there's the plane crash. That's about it for actual, what you might consider a priority landmark in a zone like this. So the teams that have the priority for it, BN United, E365, Fury, maybe Archangel Predator, there's very little space for them to actually try and fight for in this phase 1.
This is the overall prize ranking right now. If things continue the way they're going, Unicorn Phoenix are going to be our PCS5 APAC champions. I mean, the Vietnam are going to get themselves an extra invite over to the PUBG Global Championship. Of course, though, all eyes seemingly on teams like Archangel Predator, Attack All Around, and Fury, teams that we knew are big coming into this, but it just feels like they haven't performed at the level we maybe would have expected. Sure, we do have BN United. They're a team who have been around in previous PCS events, but they just haven't performed this well as they are doing now. And of course, Unicorn Phoenix, you can't forget them, currently in the lead. And all they really need is a good placement coming into this week. If they get themselves a bit of cash, they're going to be pretty safe, and they're looking like they're the PCS5 champions if things carry on this way.
Certainly could be on the cards. It's by far the most likely option. As far down as Archangel Predator on 12k. Unfortunately, unable to place within the prize money for week number 2 to make their path a little easier, but it's mathematically possible for them to still win the event. If they win this week, if Unicorn Phoenix place out of the prize money, and Archangel Predator would need to frag up an absolute storm to win on that kills tiebreaker, because they did not perform too well last week. And with Unicorn Phoenix topping the charts week 1 and 2, I mean, it would have to be at minimum like triple-digit kills this week. So it's extremely unlikely for Archangel Predator, but they have shown very good performances in the past. We've seen individual games where they've been able to frag 12, 13 kills. If they're able to do that consistently, that is a lot to ask, but it's what they need to do if they want a chance to win.
Look, best case scenario here in terms of like building up the hype to the final moment, Unicorn Phoenix and BN United, neither of them get a win today. That just leads tomorrow to be probably the most exciting day in a long time in PUBG. As BN United, though, they are looking in a really good position. We mentioned the plane crash earlier as one of those sites, one of those areas that you really want to be getting into early that is strong to play for the late game, especially in the most chicken format. BN United, aware of that. They've already got Simon in. The rest of the squad are backing up. I'm intrigued on how they play it, though, because we often get a lot of teams that play this plane crash, they'll group up, they'll stay alive for the longest time, they'll get into like phase 5, phase 6, and then as soon as it comes to getting out of there and 3-4 teams around the ridges nearby, and it causes massive problems for them. Speaking of which, look at this, Unicorn Phoenix actually leading a charge in right now. This could be the best fight we could have asked for to start off game 1.
It would definitely be kicking things off with a bang, wouldn't it? Best case scenario as well for E365 is if BN and UNP can start damaging each other early on. They need either Fury or Archangel Predator to win the event for them to have a chance to qualify to PGC on PGC points. So if they could really start seeing some kills in the kill feed between these two teams, they would maybe even be tempted to move up and look to third party if they hear the shots. But Unicorn Phoenix, I don't know whether they're aware of the threat or just cognizant that it could be there, but they wrap around on the low ground. They keep out of line of sight, keep themselves safe, and bypass BN United, who once again have made an early send, took away a position in the center of the zone for phase number 1, and are now just hoping that that's going to be fed for the next couple of circles.
That was a close one there. I think that's fair to say. Look how close those top 2 teams are. Not to forget Myth as well, made in Thailand, moving in from the south. I think they should probably be aware that Plane Crash will already be occupied, but they're close, and you can see the shots starting to ring out there from Simon. Not enough to be able to connect, but enough to make the noise. Let Made in Thailand know Plane Crash is taken back off of this, and they're going to move away over to a different compound as everyone just edges their way in. Fury and Sharper over on the east, potentially looking like they could end up crashing into each other. You can see Insight pulling up at the warehouse. Fury just going to play out on the edge, though. Not going to go as deep as Sharper. I mean, this is where Fury tend to thrive, playing out in. We spoke about that Miramar match last week, and if they can pull the same strategy off over on a Wrangle, it would be huge as Klee. This position could be huge now if he takes the shots over the top on Sololzi. Big spray comes through, but he doesn't quite land it. The fire has been returned, and now Cerberus just have the pinch. Sololzi and Hazaki both making a push through. Molotovs, flashbangs, all coming up over the top. Klee breaking the distance as Shinvi moves away as well. Easy Esports getting away by the skin of their teeth.
I can definitely hear the vehicles above them. Himas and Fap getting up on top of Everest, so that extra angle would have been far too much to deal with. Klee and Shinvi. Well, Shinvi was on his way over just in case the support was needed. Opts to back away, regroup up with the rest of the squad. Maybe head over towards the Georgia Pole Bridge. That would be a safer crossing than most. But they're going to give up that high ground scouting area to Cerberus. Still, it's the Vietnamese teams getting close to one another early game, but nothing too much coming from it. But that's our first exchange of damage, at least in game number 1. We've got a couple of late rotators on their way out from the southern coast of the mainland. Milta, Serayu Esports, they are on their way. But MSC, they found themselves in the middle of a bit of a Fury split. Not the best place to spin out your vehicle, but they managed to recover, regroup, and they're on the way.
Going to be able to grab the crossroads as Flood moves up to group with the rest of his team. Not too much to worry about right there. 8 minutes already passed. It feels like time flies when you're having fun, and there's a lot of close calls so far. 2 minutes until that phase 2 pops. Phase 1 is completely closed. We'll find out roughly where we're going. Look, I was watching some of the NA VODs, all right, Saga, and we saw a shooting range finish. I want to see another one of those. Maybe not the identical zone, because it did end up as like a heal battle between a team up top and a team down in the bunker, but it's always exciting to watch. Jay is an exciting player to watch as well, though, with the SLR shots. Big damage comes through, but no kill being found as yet.
Oh, Belmoth, the first player to go down. That's up on the northern coast. A Sharper. Oh, was he up on the roof? That's a risky position to be playing. And Saverni and Jexy will take advantage of that. That's the first kill of the final week, going over to E365. A great start for them, and it's a good player to take out as well. Belmoth, the young fragger for Sharper, has been up at the top end of the standings, and it's not been a great tournament for Sharper as well, so definitely an impactful kill, particularly when we're talking about those best tie team PGC points and how important they are to lock in.
Equally important here, though, has to be said, is going to be 36 Cartel. This is a team that they started off things strong. They did surprise us in game 1 of week 1, but ever since, nothing massive from them. Sure, they've got themselves $2.5 grand in terms of the prize pool, but it's about consistently being able to stack that up now. Can they get themselves another win? Can they get themselves at least a heavy kill game to get them up there in the standings? Maybe this week is the week where they start to shine. Venotica, though, he's not going to have the chance to shine for a while, as Sixax is there to get the knock. Also, trying to land them onto Puchills. Can't connect, though. It's the distance with the SK. It's a tricky gun to fire with. That bullet velocity is just not great when it comes to shooting at vehicles.
Certainly isn't, but Sixax at the very least gets the drop with the barrel. Secures themselves at least a return point for the loss of Belmoth, and unfortunately for Day Trade, it's on yet another Thai team, so it continues to be a struggle of a week for Thailand, with our first 2 deaths both being from Sharper and Day Trade, 2 of our Thai representatives who we expected to do so well, but so far have not been able to find quite the form. It's sometimes been rough rotates, losing players early like this, and sometimes it's just been being unable to get the better of fights. But at the very least, they've got themselves a reasonable zone to try and work with. It doesn't really force anyone to move. Pretty much centered up directly on top of everyone. So I expect Phase 2 to be relatively low in terms of the action. But Cherry has been dropped, and it looks like Cerberus are continuing the battle with AAA.
Yeah, big damage came out there from Sky, but let's hop on board with the 36 Cartel fighters. You mentioned Cherry going to be going down. The smoke is up. The revive looking a bit more likely as Easy Esports deciding to maybe back off of this, but they're in a tricky position. They have the colony up to the northwest, and of course, Unicorn Phoenix down on the southeast. So if they decide to pull up here, they're going to be in a pinch. Instead, though, Shin V and Y8 just leading the charge, heading down the hill and trying to get themselves over to some safety. I say that, however, it looks like they're going for a crash onto a number 1 team at the moment. It's going to be Unicorn Phoenix. Stu is there to open things up onto Y8. A nice knock coming out, but Shin V immediately there for the trade. Dat Blue falls as the nade comes out from Smell. It comes over the top, but it's the Molotov from Shin V that really does the damage. Down he goes as Chu is down for the trade. Hung Vo, Ditch, and Van E both still remaining. More nades coming out from Easy Esports as the door is closed to prevent one landing onto Smell, but it's not going to be enough to make the push just yet as Unicorn Phoenix, the peak comes out, Smell falls, the nades. Well, they just destroy Easy Esports. Easy for Unicorn Phoenix as they pick themselves up 4 kills to kick things off. However, though, Saga losing Chu, it's not the ideal start for them.
It's definitely 1 for 4 is a better trade than 1 for 1, though. So Unicorn Phoenix now reclaiming their spot at the top of the standings, but they've lost a player, so might have implications for the late game. But 4 kill points already picked up is a solid start for them. Plenty of teams would have been cheering for Easy to try and take away that win, but unable to do it. 2 knocks was all they could find. So unfortunately, Unicorn Phoenix will continue on with 3 players, with 4 points now gathered. So for everyone else in the lobby, their work just got a little bit harder to try and catch up on those kill points.
Oh, Day Trade Day Trader in a tricky position here. They already conceded a knock to Fury. Sure, they got the revive, but they've only got a fence to work with. Going to try and hop back in the vehicles, but look on that minimap. You can see 36 Cartel just creeping over the top. Asper is in position as Cow is just getting peppered by the Mini. Not too much to worry about as the vehicles continue to move. They've got one, but it's about being able to land a second. Not so much this time around as Day Trade seemingly safe. It all depends on how 36 Cartel decide to play this now. If they want to get aggressive, they could definitely punish Day Trade, but until phase 3 pops at least, there's no real need to make that push.
Look at how much space there is around BN United now. There's at least 400-500 meters in all directions where they are completely uncontested. That's what we said. There's very little to actually play from in the center of the zone, and BN is the team that takes it, and they will be rewarded for their efforts, as will Archangel Predator, taking the northwestern side, holding on to the coastline far north as well. It will be enough to catch out Mamonji, their resident Philippine squad as well. Calbs is now in the middle of no man's land. Potential to get caught out by CJ and Evil Patrick if they know his position way out towards the blue zone, because he's got a bit of a run to try and make to regroup up with the squad.
Oh, look, Sargo, you mentioned it. We've seen this zone before. We know how brutal it can be with just how open this terrain is. You've got to say BN United already coming into this match are favorites to kick things off with the central position, with the plane crash. But the downside to that plane crash, almost to a certain extent, is how central it is how strong of a position. You know it's going to be occupied, and you know that teams are going to be surrounded it. Fury, they do get surrounded on the rotate, and Insight falls. Ronan doing what he can with the M24 to try and return the fire, but landing it onto vehicles is one hell of a challenge. Sharp is still up top as Fury Flood opens up the spray. He can't land the bullets, but he has a grenade. It's certainly looking close to Sharp, and maybe not going to connect onto both of them. The players are being disciplined enough to say spread, but it's Ronan that gets the knock with the bolt as the fire continues to rain through. One more bullet would have done it to take down the second player, but not this time around. His Insight, well, he needs to get revived. The Molotovs are coming through. Flood is just out in no man's land. If he wants to clean up these players, he is going to have to push down the hill on his own, and with his teammates focusing the revive, it ain't looking like they're going to be able to get much support onto that, especially now that 36 Cartel, the team from behind, are starting to pin down Flood from another angle.
I'll tell you what, it was enough, though, from Ronan with the bolt action to get the drop on Tinoy as he was driving his way forward. He's gone down to the blue zone. Fury have claimed at least one more kill point onto Sharper Esports, and their run of bad fortune continues. Maybe a little bit lucky that those grenades didn't trickle down the hill far enough to get the second flush. MSC, that is not when you want to be losing tires. Spinning out, it goes Jauman and Julio, and look at the rainbow of tags on Julio, all angles, so many teams with vision, and there is nothing at all he can do about that. Jauman, at the very least, finds a rock and drops a smoke grenade for some temporary cover, but surely he won't be lasting too much longer than his teammate.
That's a rough one there for MSC. It's interesting to see the fact that, sure, they may have lost one, but they drew so much attention to all of the teams up here. As you can see, Sharper only with 2 players left, but 36 Cartel got a player down off of that fight as well. So it makes things tricky when a team spins out like that. Everyone just focuses their attention. Speaking of which, Made in Thailand focusing their attention onto Game Home right now as the nade comes out to try and finish off the job. It doesn't look like it's going to land. That one will, though. Fap with a beautifully cooked frag grenade to take down Jay as Janku is moving through to try and support, but it's too little too late now. He is out on his own. Glooms and Gems going to try to group up as the nades, well, they get returned, but they're just not enough as of yet. As Fat playing slow, looking at the ridge down below, gets the flush onto Jay as Cerberus confirming their first kill of the game, but attack all round. It looks like they're going to back off of this because the zone has shifted up to the north, and if they position themselves properly, they could gatekeep this squad.
Really can't understate how tricky it is to land a grenade on terrain like that. Flood peeking out around the side. Jauman caught in the middle of nowhere, getting tagged down. It's Insight. We will take it. Maybe can't quite secure the flush, but Sharper, all that remains was Magsonis. He's got in the vehicle. He's gone directly into the rest of MSC as their teammate of Jauman is picked off elsewhere, but it was Ronan again with the bolt action to get that third knock, and Sharper eliminated early on. Easy Esports eliminated early on. We're in phase number 4. We're down to just 48 players alive. Things have heated up a little bit in this phase number 3. There's been some insane shooting already and some solid grenades as well. Gems hoping he doesn't fall victim to another one.
Look, we knew this was going to be an open zone, and I think this is what we expected. Maybe not this early, but when you've got so little cover, you know these teams are destined to battle it out as Cerberus. Now, they tried to send High Sky around the back, but I don't think they're prepared for Janky all the way up to the north as Flood still trying to make something happen out of that shack. It's hard cover, but the sad thing for him, Saga, is the fact it's not inside the zone. He has to try and move down to Nudge. Jacob, though, accidentally running over his own teammate. It's Tanawat's there to try and get the trade. Got you, 3007. All going to be falling. Only one player now remains from Game Home as Clory's with the Mini 14. One more bullet would have done it, but not to be as Duckmans is there. Lands the spray, and it's Game Home out in 14th.
That might have been the most APAC fight we've seen all tournament. Jacob ramming with the vehicle and running himself over to start things off, and they still get the squad wipe. Haisaki with the Molotov around the side. It will land on Jankarov. He's taken down, and Cerberus getting the better of AAA.
Janku, he seemed like that player that was going to shut down Cerberus. He was there to support the team, but it just isn't working out. And because of that, attack all around, they're falling. Gems is out of it. Glooms is now the final player left as the fire comes through. It's Seryu Esports there with the third party of their own doing damage onto Glooms now, just making this fight so much easier for Cerberus. But they're not expecting him over at this tree. Hymus was looking round in the wrong direction. The nade comes out. It only needs to land close, and Fat needs to land one shot. He lands it to the head. Glooms falls and attack all round, annihilated by Cerberus. As now yet another fight. It's the teams that the O's fans don't want to see scrapping it out. Fury versus 36 Cartel, and it looks like Asper maybe has the jump onto Insight.
Certainly might. 36 Cartel have been playing this position very well so far, and it's continuing on. Player 4 with the drop and the flush on towards Flood. BN United now finally forced out of the zone, and what do you know? It's going to center up on Unicorn Phoenix instead. So the zone has chosen its top 2 team to favor, and Unicorn Phoenix defending against Easy Esports earlier on. It's going to work in their favor, but now they might have another defense to try and make as Ronan low, but Fury on the move towards some sort of position where maybe they could get an angle towards it. Vandal 9 can't put the shotgun to any use as Rognaz Mai will catch him out as he tries to make the push in the vehicle. Skeet with an angle now towards where Fury have pulled up. MSC. This shack is proving more defensible than it might look at first glance.
Fury in a bit of a tricky position as Waikikamukau falls. Day trade follow out in 12th position. No real way to start the game for them, start the day for them, I should say, is it's a tricky one. BN United now just sneaking their way in. Obviously, really good zone knowledge coming out from both them and Unicorn Phoenix to get the zone like this, as Fury Insight leading the charge, trying his best to get eyes onto Fat, but he is so split off from Ronan right now. There's no real way that these players can group up. Ronan is going to hop into his UAS, but to no avail seemingly, as all of Eagle 365 are looking down in his direction. Speaking of which, BN United all looking straight at 36 Cartel. As CJ catches Colony in his sights. Alec gets taken down low. One more bullet would have done it, but the rest of Archangel Predator now here to provide some support. They know that Killer is somewhere up the ridgeline. They just don't know specifics. It's all going to come down to Patrick, and now he can land this. The nade comes out over the top. Not going to be enough to land the kill as Suspect falls. 36 Cartel out in 11th. Archangel Predator closing in as the nade comes out from Mad Dog. The Molotovs following through. Killer knows that there's players up the hill. It's just a question of where. As now Archangel Predator, well, they're going to have to slow it down because Trick from Seryu Esports is there to do the damage.
That could be a good grenade. It is! Evil Patrick's gone down, but it's quickly traded as CJ answers back with the knock. Some good predictive grenades onto where the UAS was. That was where the player was standing at the time, but it wasn't quite close enough. Alec, the distance away from this grenade will surely be plenty for him to keep himself alive and safe for now, but it's even going to get him a drop on Mad Dog, as elsewhere things are getting mad for themselves. Rognan's Mai moving away from the shack, catches Insight out. Ronan to peek up over the top, catches him before he can get the heal off, but no chance for the revive unless he can get a smoke, but he hasn't got one, so it's going to be very, very risky to go for this. No helmet as well, one bullet, and it won't be able to do it. That grenade is looking good, but they do manage to just about extend the distance, but he's got 3 more.
Oh, Alec, that's beautifully placed. Down goes CJ. Nicely done as more players also taken down now. The flush comes through. CJ has been confirmed. Maybe Alec can land one to the left. Not to be, as Algin Bot still surviving. Needs to try and get the revive because the zone is starting to creep its way in. So they do have to be ever so careful. Trick falls as Colony now taking a fight on two fronts, but they know it's only a solo remaining. Alec with the spray. Flushes out Mad Dog. Doesn't realize that Algin Bot is still standing. He saw the kill pop up. He's like, hey, it was only a knock, but now he realizes as the shots come through that the solo is still up there. Calbs moving back to support his teammates as Colony tried to get deeper and deeper into zone, but it's not ideal. It's such an open area of terrain. If there was a time that the solo player from Archangel Predator could come out on top, it's in a position like this, but right now things are seemingly starting to settle as everyone just takes their pot shots, tries to do their damage before the crashes come through.
Interesting to see the winner chicken dinner percentage updated in real time there to give Myth a decent percentage chance of winning the game. Unicorn Phoenix in their compound weren't there originally, but now they have a chance according to the statistics, and they have a chance to try and drop down Serayu. If they can get some grenades into this bowl, that would be brutal. Ronan as well, we know what he's like, and he's got 4 of them, so he's definitely going to be looking to bombard this squad that has just pulled up ahead of him. If he can do so safely, keep himself alive, that would be excellent news. But they're going to be dropping the nades in his direction first of all. So that, at the very least, confirms their presence.
Bots doing what he can to return the fire as the solo, but no, the zone was creeping in. There was just no time to heal in the headshots. Well, they land and finish off the job. Unicorn Phoenix barely in by the skin of their teeth in this compound as Ronan, well, his nades go perfectly into the dip. He can't find the kill, but he does the damage and applies the pressure. That's the most important thing when you're a solo. Not taking this 1v4 fight, using your utility sparingly and keeping them from pushing you, making them think that maybe you have that numbers advantage, keeping things unknown. One big nade could be Ronan's opportunity to push, but it's a bit too big and a bit too far this time around as Ronan takes the shots. He's initiated the aim battle, but Alec is there to try and return the fire as the frag grenades fall all around. Ronan is tagged down low, but still surviving. Colony fall, though, to Serayu, so this is a pretty big game for them so far.
Taken down from all angles as E365 got involved and then immediately get dropped down. Ronan's hit another bolty headshot out of the vehicle. Young B, he was going slow, we'll grant him that, but Ronan still provides those juicy shots. He put together a montage on his Twitter for last week. He's already got one so far this game. That grenade will creep a little bit closer. Just a little more distance could have been huge, and it's actually Unicorn Phoenix now who's starting a bombardment of their own. Trick getting taken down with the first from Hungvo Ditch, and Ronan's still got a couple that he can contribute from behind as well.
Here we were thinking it was Ronan that was going to be the downfall of Serayu with the nades, but it turns out that Unicorn Phoenix, well, they've got frags of their own as Trick and Sunshine both fall. They go for the sprays. Neil is there to return the fire, though, as Van E ends up falling. Hungvo Ditch is there to try and do some more work, but it's not going to be enough as the fire comes through. Serayu Esports now with 2 players up, but barely as Ronan comes in. He gets the third-party flush. Sunshine falls. Only 1 player now remains because Niall has been taken out by that frag grenade. Dat Blue with yet another frag. It could be huge, but he needs to use it sparingly. Instead, no, it goes the wrong way. Sure, it pretty much confirms the flush, but How is still standing. Made in Thailand coming in for the third party as Hungvo Ditch gets taken down by Tanawat. BN United, they hear this. Oh, and they are hungry for kills.
Oh, but Escalusia's got his eyes open. He knows that there's a squad up on the high ground behind them. He's watching for it, while the rest of his team looks to punish Unicorn Phoenix for making the push out of the compound to a more exposed position. Try and cleaning up Serayu, but doing so unsuccessfully. Weren't quite quick enough, and Ronan even stole away a kill point from underneath them. But now Myth, somewhat sandwiched in between BN and Unicorn Phoenix. They have to turn their attention one way or the other. Skeet will try and make the run. Has nowhere to go, hits the deck and accepts his fate. God Ace has taken him out. Top 5 teams, and of course, BN United, Fury, and Unicorn Phoenix make their appearance in the top 5. Of course they do, because that's exactly how PCS5 APAC has been going so far.
Well, it shows that they're the top teams for a reason. If you can do it consistently, well, you deserve to be up there. Made in Thailand, though, it's a team that have struggled in PCS5, but in the past, they are such a big name. Ronan, though, he's not struggling with that bolt. Gets yet another knock, this time onto Youngby underneath the vehicle, but he can't find Simon just yet. He's trying as best as possible. 7 bullets out on that M24. He has to be cautious, but realistically, how effective is a bolt in the late game? Typically, I'd say not very in the hands of Ronan, though. He's showing it is still. Unicorn Phoenix doing that damage, applying pressure. Ronan with only 3 bandages left, popping that energy drink just so he can tick up with the boost as Phase 7 starts to close. It's going to come down to Phase 8, which, remember, is our final shift after the game. After this, it comes down to just that dot in the center, so everyone is praying for the hard shift. It goes perfectly, honestly. It goes nowhere. No team really has the zone. Sure, BN United are looking strong, especially now Ronan's eliminated. They're already moving the vehicles in. This is smart from BN.
That's the most hilarious zone we could have possibly have. Every single team has to make a move, and BN will start things off by clearing up the solo who's been causing so many issues for them on the western side, and they will swing away, take the entire northern side of the Phase 8 circle, and the south contested still between UMP, Myth, and Serayu. All of them will have to try and make a move to get in, and all of them will be under pressure from BN United now.
Look at it, though. The winner chicken dinner probability, it's going in favor of BN United, and not surprisingly, because you've got to bear in mind, they've got that low ground, and it's a completely open area of terrain above them, so teams are going to have to open themselves up if they want to move in, and because of that, they have to deal with each other first. Tanawat playing point onto Van E as the shots come up from Duckman's a bit further behind. He's able to get a little bit of info, maybe not enough, though. The spray comes through. Tanawat, well, he's going to fall. That leaves Myth. There's only 2 players left up. Unicorn Phoenix, if they can take down another one, well, their probability is probably going to shoot up. Hungvo Ditch takes down How from Serayu as Unicorn Phoenix taking a fight on 2 fronts, but they are making it work. The Molotov, though, a little bit too long. Zescaluja goes down, but it's Duckman's for the trade that shuts down the push. Serayu Esports eliminated as well. Only 1 player left from Made in Thailand. Of course, it had to be Duckman's, the player who everyone was so excited to see back, but now he is a solo. How much can he really do? Hungvo Ditch with the spray. He's got Ace taken down and flushed out. Zest trying to return the fire as BN United 3 strong. And well, they've got the zone. But remember, Saga, it comes down to the dot now. You have to grab the center of the circle. And BN United, while they control the northern side, they are not dead center. They still have to group up and push it.
And our only hope of BN United or UNP, the 2 teams that everyone wants to see not get a win today, our only hope to deny them is on Duckman's, and his position is not ideal, proning his way, creeping forwards, and there's no distraction now for Unicorn Phoenix to turn the attention of BN. They are looking for him. They want this snake in the grass eliminated so they can take the numbers advantage fights against Unicorn Phoenix, secure themselves the first win, and put themselves in prime position to continue on and try and take away first place this week. But Unicorn Phoenix, look at the frags, 11 kills so far. You can never count them out, even with the numbers disadvantage. When Hungvo Ditch and Dat Blue are on form, they can still take away a win from here.
It is all about the wins, bear in mind. Even if Duckman's is able to take down one, surely Unicorn Phoenix get involved from behind. It looks like it's going to be a head-on collision, though, as the nade comes out. It's close to Dat Blue. That's going to draw a lot of attention, but BN United know there's a ridge up there that Duckman's could be playing. All it's going to take is 1 pixel, and Zest will be able to find the angle now. Shots starting to come out. Duckman's is spotted, but the zone is closing in. Duckman's might be able to make something happen because Zest has fallen, but no, the Molotov is on him. It's down to Dat Blue, or top 2 teams, and now the top 2 in the game as well. Dat Blue falls, the spray comes out from Hungvo Ditch, but it's not going to be enough as BN United pick up a 7-kill chicken dinner, starting things out with a bang for week number 1, 2nd place team, and they've got to be feeling good to try and yoink that 1st place spot.
As much as we would love to say it was never in doubt, there was certainly a question mark thrown into the equation when UNP left the compound and started fragging in all directions. There was question marks of whether Duckmans could stab them in the back, but they were vigilant, they were watching for it, and they absolutely cleaned him up before he had the chance. A 2v1 to round it out. And Baonam United starting week number 3 with our first winner chicken dinner of the week. And they continue looking like a top contender in PCS5 APAC.
Well, putting in work to kick off the week, showing why they are up there. Sure, they're not in first. There is a bit of a disparity between them and Unicorn Phoenix, but they're up in second place, and surely they deserve it, Saga. Surely, at this point, Vietnam have to be grabbing both of those PGC slots. It's got to be feeling favorable for them.
It's just how this PCS has gone. We've seen the battles before from Thailand, from Fury. We've seen Vietnamese dominance before, but I don't know whether it was to this extent, because previously when we've seen Vietnam dominate, that was LG Divine. That was just them that was absolutely dumpstering people. 5 wins in 8 games in PCS2 in the first week. This time around, it's a battle for first with BN and Unicorn Phoenix. And Unicorn Phoenix, they were getting the frags, but BN strikes first with the win.
Yeah, a tough game all around right there. You've got to talk about all the teams that made it in, and there were a lot of them because it was a messy zone. I think we expected even fewer teams to make it to the late game there, maybe expecting a lot of teams to go down around like phase 4, phase 5, which granted we saw it, maybe not to the extent that we maybe would have expected. A lot of solos able to make their way into that zone. Talk about Ronan for a second. He managed to sneak his way into that circle. Dead Center putting in work. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to make it into that chicken dinner spot, but using that push off of Seryu to make some magic happen. Sorry, it wasn't Seryu that pushed, it was Aiden. No, it was Unicorn Phoenix that pinched Seryu between Ronan and them. It was really impressive to watch him strike and then back off when the time came. Of course, Unicorn Phoenix, though, they stole the show as they did in week 1. Amazing kills coming out for them. Even though they didn't pick up the chicken dinner, they were so consistently aggressive that match. It was amazing to watch.
They certainly were. I was a little worried there, I'm not going to lie, when you started that sentence with let's talk about Ronan for a minute, because I could be here all night. Like, I could talk about Ronan for the rest of my life and I would never have to repeat anything other than he's a nutcase. He's an absolute monster. He knocked about 4 people out of cars in that game with the bolt actions, which is just absurd in and of itself. Put up a solid fight as the solo, but unfortunately when that zone shift came in and not a single player was in the phase 8 zone, he got caught in the open with the whole of BN United watching him, and unfortunately was cleaned up, wasn't able to take it home for Fury, but it was still good signs to see from them with the whole squad picking up some very solid damage in the early phases as well, surviving as long as they possibly could in what was definitely a zone that really didn't have too much in terms of space. We touched on it in phase number 1 where, look, you can get those priority positions, but there's only 3 or 4 of them, and by the time phase 4 came around, they were mostly shifted away from outside of the compound that Unicorn Phoenix had to defend a crash early on, losing the player. Maybe that could have been the deciding factor in the game overall, because if that was a straight 4 versus 4, if they'd been able to keep that final player alive, maybe they could have had an extra bit of a shot at taking away the win. But BN United do manage to hold on to their numbers advantage, kept 4 alive until the very late stages of the game, and walk away with our victors of game number 1.
Let's talk about Unicorn Phoenix for a second, though. We got to touch on the fact that they managed to pick up 12 kills that game. That was 5 more than our winners, BN United, got. So even though the Unicorn Phoenix, they didn't get the win, they're in second place right now. If they can carry on that momentum over onto our Miramar game coming up in a minute, they can get anywhere near the same number of kills and a chicken dinner, well, they're clearly in first. And if they are able to get those wins, then I'm not sure if any team can stop Unicorn Phoenix once they've got that first chicken dinner, you know?
Yeah, I think realistically the only way for a lot of teams to have a chance to win this event, particularly Attack All Round, Archangel Predator, you cannot allow them to even come close to the top 8. If they can get into that prize money, they will be locked out from winning the entire event. So for AAA, for AAP, if Unicorn Phoenix picks up that win in game number 1, that might be their hopes of PCS5 championships gone. So thankfully for them, they can still cling on to a little bit of hope, and it's all thanks to these blokes right here. 14 smoke grenades. You know what? It's a little bit lower than their usual average, but it's still a lot. 8 frag grenades thrown for Baonam United. I'd love to see what it was for Unicorn Phoenix when they absolutely bombarded the dip and still weren't able to fully wipe out Seryu cleanly with the utility. So it's a bit of a slower game, lower on the damage front, only 7th place in terms of damage dealt, but 7 kills in a first place. They will absolutely be happy with that to walk away from game number 1. An excellent start to the week for BN United.
I mean, look, you saw that they didn't throw too many smokes, but that comes down to how BN United like to play sometimes. If they get that zone, well, they're going to make the most out of it. They got into plane crash early. They didn't have to use those smokes. And as soon as the zone shifted away, well, they got into an equally strong position. A big portion of that, though, was God Ace right there. 3 kills. That's 42% of the team's total kills. Not quite stepping up on the damage front, but still putting in serious numbers compared to the rest of the squad. Impressive to watch from them. And you can see them now just focus in. Currently first place. They've got 21k in their pocket already. Nice and comfortable. Anything that they get after this saga, well, it's a bonus. And I mean, how can you stop someone who's wearing the frog eyes like that? Like, that is just raw confidence exuding from BN United right there. They don't care.
It's an intimidation tactic. It's like when you've got owls with the big eyes on the back to ward off predators. That's exactly what they're doing. And you know what? It worked. We said in the center of that game, you know, there wasn't a team within 500 meters of them when they were in the plane crash position. That's why their damage is low. There was no fighting through the mid game. It was all at the very, very end. And it was enough to close away the win. But now we've got a brand new game to start with. Miramar will be our battlegrounds for game number 2. We're going from the northwest down to south of Los Leones. And we're going to kick things off with an absolute banger on Miramar.
So the question is now, what kind of circle are we getting? Because we know that off of this plane path, you either get dead center, standard circle, or you get an Oasis ending, or a South Coast ending, or a Pozo ending. One of those that is just horrible for the teams to play with. And you know that we're keeping our fingers crossed for those ones. But we'll see. We've still got about 30 seconds until that initial zone pops and gives things away. Saga, we didn't really get any changes when it came to Erangel and the drop spots teams were choosing. You expected anything different here on Miramar, or if it ain't broke, don't fix it?
I think that's really the aim of the game now, is just, we're in the final week. All that matters really is getting those wins to secure yourself the top 8. Keep your players alive. Don't bother with contesting. We saw contests for vehicles on Erangel last week. We saw a hint of that between Sharper and Flood earlier on Erangel. None of that whatsoever this time around. But oh boy, Fury, they are in prime position. Sarah, you in a very good spot as well, but I know why you're inhaling so excitedly like that, because this could very well end up being that urban Los Leones ending if we get a central shift. Oh man, what a way to start the week that would be.
See, look, when I covered the OS qualifiers, I was doing the observing, all right? And we got that Los Leones finish, and it was hell. But we have a whole observer team right now, like people who are actually good at observing, doing everything. So we just get to sit back and relax. I'm keeping my fingers crossed. Yes, they got the knockoff of Ronan. That was the first of many, by the way. He got a few of these with that M24. Nicely done to be able to take one down. And I believe when Sharper actually pulled up the hill, he started landing even more shots from above. Threw it down the smoke. Most players would probably go for the revive right there, but Ronan is so confident in his bolting ability that he just hits absolutely nuts shots like that. He doesn't even need to edit his own frag movies at this point. You know, the production team are doing it all for him.
Yeah, just clip that and slap that in the montage. Why not? Duckman's up close and personal with Mad Dog, maybe proving us wrong a little bit, that we weren't going to get any action in the early phases. Oh, Mad Dog, he's going to have to hope there's at least a vest in here or something to give him at least a chance, but Duckman doesn't seem to be fully aware of exactly the position of a potential prey that he could pick off in the very early stages. He's got himself an AK so he could fight back, but Duckman's maybe not too aware of whether or not he's still in the compound, doesn't want to risk anything this early on, and Algenbots is on the way over as well, so the backup, the support would be there for Mad Dog, so doesn't want to get over aggressive, but he is pulling over a couple of members of Made in Thailand, maybe going to be looking to try and camp out the battle at the very, very least. But there's our top 5 damage. No surprise whatsoever to see Hungvo Ditch and Vanji of Unicorn Phoenix in there. 10 kills between the two of them. Colony, Alec, you know, he put up a very good fight on the northwestern side. Ronan continuing on with that bolt action as well. 500 damage for him with 3 kills on the board for Fury. Solid game.
Look at Skeet, though. 500 damage, 3 kills. I'm pretty sure he was the player who was down at that shack in, like, the center of the zone. They didn't really make it to the end game, but they defended their position really well right there from MS Chambori's. Alec as well, also going to be up there as Colony had themselves a pretty impressive game, honestly. Right now, though, let's hop on board with the Made in Thailand Archangel Predator fight, because when we left, it was only 2 players coming up against each other. Now it's going to be a whole squad. Duckman spotted out in the open, ran out of his ammo in his Scar, so he's forced to play SLR only. The Molotovs will be coming through from Evil Patrick. It's the spray through the smoke. Mad Dog's there, lands the shots. Duckman's ends up falling. Jacob going to be pinned down over at the tree as well as Evil Patrick just swinging wide and high. Jacob pops the first aid, but CJ spot him out. Patrick's going to be there to land the pinch and land the shots as well. Made in Thailand now losing 2. Tanawat tries to return the fire, but I think he knows better. Behind the Bronco, getting ready to top in and make a move. Are you really surprised when you've got a team this dominant in the form of Archangel Predator getting aggressive early? Even with the M16, CJ's landing shots out of the vehicle.
Archangel Predator living up to their name like a pack of wolves, surrounding, singling out their prey. Duckman's first, and then CJ around the back, getting those tags into Jacob, forcing him into the line of sight of his squad. Pack tactics from the Predators, and they will absolutely wipe out Made in Thailand, who they didn't necessarily need to make that push. I can't blame them for trying to make the play, try and pick off a weakened player who you know isn't going to have that much in terms of the utility, the weapons, the vests, but the whole squad was just there in time for Archangel Predator, and it backfires drastically for Made in Thailand. That's a loss of Duckman's. That's a loss of Jacob. Duckman's man who survived until the top 3 in the previous game now drops out early on. Only 2 deaths of the game coming on that western coast.
You can see week 2, match 2, last week that was. Sorry, you got the chicken dinner. After last game, I'm not surprised. They made it to the late game. They put up some decent damage. They just weren't able to finish the job in maybe the way you would have hoped, but there is still, 12 games to go where they can prove that they deserve to be at the top and can put in that work. Sunshine just out there looting up. Not too many concerns when you have a zone like this and so few teams that land down to the south. Sarah, you should be pretty good. They're going to hold those roads, maybe watch the western side just so teams like Sharper can't get through too easily. I am interested, though, in the center of the zone. Insight is looking right down onto Day Trade. Fury and Day Trade, not 2 teams that I think anyone would want to fight early. 2 big names, though, which if either of these squads get eliminated, well, it's going to be a big relief for the rest of the lobby.
Definitely is. We're still looking at Day Trade and hoping to see some of that dominant form from what they've shown in the Thailand series, what they showed at PGIS in the same format, but it just hasn't come to fruition at PCS so far. Currently, what about 6k overall in the prize pool? Not the best, but not completely nothing as well. So they've shown a little bit, but we still hope to see more that they know that they can provide. God knew now, influenced by Ronan, going to pick up a bolt action, maybe have his shot at taking Jowman out of the vehicle. He is low hit points, so maybe a body shot would be enough if they can get the angle towards it, but not going to be the case. Clory's looking over towards Julio, spots him going into the building, but won't take the shots over towards it just yet. From the high ground now, don't want to give too much away of their position. They are a little bit split from the rest of Game Home, and that's a long range knock from Flood.
Nicely done with the 4x as well. I just can't hit shots with those things, but Flood clearly can. Insight in the vehicle. I hope that Fury aren't pushing this. That just doesn't seem like the right play. Just let Jayers get the revive and maybe cluster up a little bit more now, knowing that attack all around are down there. Flood, though, still trying to land the shots. Don't work out in the way he maybe hoped. Jayers should be getting revive relatively safely, as I wouldn't expect any pushes either side off of this team. It's off of these teams. It's phase 1, phase 2 still about 2 minutes away from popping. You don't really want to see teams fighting super early in a zone like this because you know it's going to be messy no matter what. Whether it goes to Leonis, whether it shifts away to the open terrain, you know it's going to be deadly. So the more teams that make it to that, well, the more exciting the end game is going to be. It looks like, though, the early game going to be equally exciting as Easy Esports make a send in towards BN United's compound, seemingly aware that something could be there. It looked for a second like they were going to turn off. Clee, though, ends up crashing in as BN United end up being the ones to back back out of this one in their vehicles, playing for safety. And can you blame them? They've got themselves a chicken dinner. They don't want to risk taking a 2v4 this early.
I think that really sums up the difference of BN United against Unicorn Phoenix, because when Unicorn Phoenix got crashed by Easy early in game number 1, they took the fight and they won it pretty convincingly. It cost them the life of a player. BN United are not going to take that risk. They are going to keep 4 players alive. They will give up the position. They will back up, regroup on a different compound as 4 and continue on to the late stages of the game, because they know that numbers win games when it comes to the players that you have alive. Unicorn Phoenix, they might have the philosophy of frags winning them games, and they're certainly doing the fragging, but the win just about eluded them. So maybe, 1 point to BN in the wins column. Unicorn Phoenix did manage to take the fight early on, but BN United not at all interested in doing so. It's really interesting to see, even in this format that is pretty much all about the wins, but the different ways that you can approach it coming through, and both being equally successful.
Cerberus, Slolzy just struggling to get up the cliff. Don't think he's going to worry too much about that. Over on the Los Leones hillsides, this is an interesting one here, which is kind of a big factor inside this zone. If this zone does end up shifting to the northeast, it is going to come into play in the late game. But no, it isn't that Los Leones ending that I know that we were all hoping for. Instead, pulls down to the south, and Serayu looking really strong in the current split.
Close. He has about 3 hit points left. That man was very, very close to bleeding out, but we'll manage to get the revive on. Day Trade avoiding the pressure from Fury, holding on to a very solid position now as the new zone has come through. And like you say, Serayu, they are in prime position with a very solid 2-1-1 split. It's not going to go all the way over to that high ground position where we typically see that southern side of the cliff all the way on the coast be the ending. So Serayu are in position in the center once again. Plenty of teams still to try and make their way into the zone. Not an ideal one at all for E365, Unicorn Phoenix, and Colony, having to wrap all the way from the furthest positions away in the Phase 1 circle. But BN United are just going to undercut AAA, head directly below them. And you know what? You guys can head directly over to the Esports tab, chuck in that code, grab yourself the Esports points, and get yourself some prizes.
Yeah, and don't worry if you miss it, just at EasyKill in chat, and he'll make sure to send you one. Oh, he hates me for that. Last time he got like 130 whispers. I was really proud of myself. Anyway,
something surely.
They back onto the game now as Archangel Predator gonna start moving their way through. Zest, though, starts getting a little bit aggressive onto Attack All Around right there. Didn't manage to pick anything up, but if Attack All Around had pulled into that dip, well, it all would have been over for them. Colony just starting to move together as well. I wouldn't expect too much off of the early game here, honestly. I think this is kind of the best we could have got for a regular quote-unquote zone, with the way that there is a lot of terrain that teams are able to play. There's a lot of compounds, a lot of dips. Maybe wouldn't expect teams to fight super early now.
Vanji, on his way past, spots out the paper-thin special loot box and goes, oh, you know what? Yeah, well, I'll grab that. Why not? Upgrade the weaponry a little bit. Upgrade the armor. And Unicorn Phoenix now get just that tad bit more dangerous than they already were as they creep in, backfilling the position of Flood and Fury. The top end of Los Leones. They have plenty of warehouses to choose from ahead of them, plenty of open space, but might be under a little bit of the watchful eye of 36 Cartel if they're not too careful before they make their move out of the southern side.
In United, in comes the crash onto Simon! He runs over Flash. That was huge. Surely, Simon, you expected him to die there on the crash, but no. The bike heads in head first, but Venotica, he finds Gotti head first. Down goes the knock as Young B's been eliminated from range. Zest is pinned down into the corner. Venotica lands the Molotov. Beautifully done. Only one player remains from BN United, but not for long. Out comes the frag and down go our game 1 winners, our first place team for the week. BN United are out of it.
I'm going to go back about 2 minutes to when I said that BN United was playing passive to keep their numbers high, and I'm going to correct myself. They are full sending at Day Trade, and now this time they know what it feels like to be Easy Esports. They get the 1 kill, but that is all for this game. They are now eliminated early on, and it's not even for a position that would have been in this next zone. Belmoth steals away a kill point. He at the very least can contribute now that he is still alive in phase number 2 and beyond, and they still have just about a position in the zone for Sharper. But for everybody else up towards the northern side, we have gone hard towards the coast. Now Game Home are looking like the prime position. Serayu will regroup up on their furthest east because that is the closest to the center for them, and that's MSC in a very strong spot as well.
Look at all of these southern teams making the rotate through as Klee tries to deny one. CJ, no, he spins out. He loses a tire. Klee looking to finish off the job, but Mad Dog is there to try and get the trade. Look out, Y8 falls as Mad Dog and Dalgin Bots, followed by CJ, all going to be falling. Y8 flushed out with the vehicle as the colony from above opening up the fire. Third party central right now is who the heck would expect so many squads on the south coast in phase 3. Calms is popping the medkit to try and survive as Easy Esports. Well, I don't think they realize what they've just gotten themselves into. Pinned down on the south coast, and Chabrit, well, he's pinned between 2 attack all around players.
That is far from ideal, but he's still going to look to fight his way out of it with a knock onto Gems, but Jexy is answered back onto from Glooms. Back on the lower ground, Colony still not done. Evil Patrick defends against the Mad Send. Oh my god! Evil Patrick. All 3 members of Easy, the last 2 out of the open top Murado. The spray was insane. And Archangel Predator cling onto life with the most disgusting barrel spray I have seen in a long time. 1 clip, 3 kills, all headshots. That is absolutely ridiculous. What has just happened? But surely he's not going to have too much time to celebrate his victory, because up above, Colony are still watching. Oh man, that is brutal stuff. Evil Patrick, that was maybe the most disgusting individual 2 seconds I've seen from Archangel Predator. Chibarit now to put his name in the hat for it, but can't quite connect anything close to what we've just seen.
Unicorn Phoenix now making the push down the hillside as Flood goes for the sprays, but they don't quite land in the way he would have hoped, as Unicorn Phoenix going into the dip. As you probably expect, but it's not ideal. Sharper Esports right above them. They could cause some major problems right now as Tanoi swings out. All it's going to take is 1 big nade from Sharper Esports, and there's 2 players down from Unicorn Phoenix, but it's going to be Belmoth down first. Insight is there for the shot. Zigzag's doing what he can to try and return the fire, but instead onto Handy as the northwestern side heats up. It looks like that continue to be the case because all of these teams are in, but with only 1 dip to work with.
36 Cartel have made it in on the eastern side in between Game Home and MSC. Relatively uncontested as well, but it's the northwestern side. 4 squads battling for the position that Unicorn Phoenix have rotated into at the low ground of the hill, still battling for themselves for that spot between Sharper, E365 and AAA, and Fury just putting pot shots in from a distance as well. Insight has already taken down Belmoth of Sharper. Now down to 3 once again. 3 kills so far for the day. He's contributed. Evil Patrick, oh man, getting away from the scene of an absolute massacre in his getaway vehicle, and he will make it out of the line of sight of Colony. Maybe, if he goes too far, might meet his own fate at the hands of Cerberus, but for now he seems to be avoiding it. Inside the long range shots with the mini. He's already taken down 1. That's the 1 kill for Fury. The grenade will go a little too far from Glooms. Won't quite catch Chibarit and Jexy. They were close together. There was a chance that could have been the double nade to eliminate 2 members of E365 on the push down. It wasn't quite to be. Went just a tickle too far. Now Jankarov looking for the angle as E365 make this push, trying to stay out of the line of sight of the third party of UMP.
Chabrit doing what he can to try and play point, but it just isn't happening as Eagle 365 just sneaking their way in around the edge right now, not wanting to make too much noise. Sharper hopping in their vehicles, ready to make a move. Fury, though, they are looking strong. Up on the high ground, a 2-2 split as Flood tries to open up. He does the damage, no kills being found yet. As Alec falls, Sharper just looking like they could creep their way in, but straight into the waiting arms of Waikiki Mukau.
We'll bypass him for now. He's got the SKS, so I'd say it's not ideal for hitting the shots out of moving targets out of vehicles, but Ronan's doing it with bolties, so what do I know? Glooms and Jay is now playing a much more defensive game to try and hold off as E365 have made their way into the warehouse. They have backed out to the crates, holding the angles. It's a good spray onto Chibarit, but not quite enough. The first headshot, nothing else to connect. Oh, Glooms, that grenade is looking close, but Jankarov through the smoke will catch him out. Jexy is on the move, on the push, but can't quite find the angle just yet. He's actually got around. He's knocked his teammate, Jexy. Oh, disaster for E365.
What a way for them to fall. A fall that maybe you would have hoped would change now with Eagle 365. They started off PCS not in the best position, looking like they could have redeemed it this time around, but it's not to be. Attack all around, showing why they are just a global level squad. 6 sacks does end up falling as Sharper Esports are just getting torn apart from all sorts of different angles. The zone, well, it goes hard to the west. Most teams are looking pretty strong, but these eastern teams are going to struggle right now. Teams like Fury up on the northern side, just throwing down an absolute red zone onto Sharper Esports as Tanoi just trying to survive as long as possible. Only one frag left for Flood. So I think that they should be safe. I can't see Fury spending any more util on this.
What they've got to do is wait for the smokes to run out, and then they might not even need to. But if they wait a little too long, MSC might just creep up behind them. Rognan's Might is already on the way. But look at how much Ronan and Insight have wrapped to the very far edges of the zone. They will have an off angle towards this, even if he peeks up over the top. They will allow Sharper to grab the revive, but even from this position, Sharper can do not very much but other than hit the deck and try and keep their heads down, try to survive. Haisaki, the man who did previously take down Evil Patrick after his heroics on the southern coast, now looking to make their push through 36 Cartel to get into the zone.
It's going to be a tough one. 36 Cartel, it's time for them to prove exactly what they're made of. Prove that game 1 win of week 1 wasn't just a fluke and they can still frag out, put in some work. It's going to be a tough one. Not able to survive any longer. Ronan moving down the ridge, trying to sneak his way in as player 4 opens up with a nade. It's Hymus that ends up falling. 3007 trying to throw some flashes nades off their own, maybe thinking that players are a whole lot closer than they actually are, but it's Colony at range over in the compound that are opening up some shots. Clarice ends up falling as Game Home hop into the vehicle. 3007 just surviving. One more bullet would have done it. God knew causes a distraction with the Scar peppering the shots through Game Home. They're not in the zone, but at least they've got some form of safety right now. The zone is creeping in. They need to make a move. As Day Trade, they've lost Nurens and they've just got another one knocked.
Made in Thailand, pushing up the western side. We've got battles on the south, battles to the east that are still popping off. A good grenade from Sololzi will... A chunk of damage onto Suspect, but it's not enough for the knock. That's a headshot on Asba, though, from range and with the spray of the barrel. And player 4 has been spotted as the grenade from Fap is going quickly in his direction, but not quite close enough to get any damage. Sololzi, risky heal out in the blue zone. He will take a little bit more damage, a bit more of that chip before you can make the push forward, but they're going directly towards MSC. They're being funneled by 36 Cartel, and now Cerberus could be in some serious trouble.
Absolutely inside the bottom of the dip. The smokes are up as a little bit of rest by MSC. Not really making a push. Maybe thinking this squad are a bit more closer, a bit more lit up than they actually are. Suspect, though, with the spray, going to be able to take down Fap as Julio is there to follow up with a second. Suspect, though, taken down out in the blue as Asper tries to get the trade. He does, but goes down in return. 36 Cartel, well, they fall by the wayside yet again. And O's losing one of their 2 representatives. Cerberus, though, going for the revive. All it's going to take is one big grenade, one big Molotov. It's a little bit wide, but Rogues with one big headshot followed by the body. Cerberus out in 11.
And the push from Fury now. They should surely find Maximus, but Cow's got his back turned. Brutal stuff, but Insight and Ronan are there for the trade. They will get the revive for free. MSC, they pounced on the opportunity to wipe out both of the squads to the eastern side. 3 different teams involved in the downfall of 36 Cartel, but Day Trade, well, outside of the initial knock and flush from Simon T on the full send from BN, it's been all Made in Thailand to pick them off, and now they have to turn their attention straight back onto Game Home. Made in Thailand, a 2-man from the start, still make it into the top 8 teams, and they've wiped out a couple on their way here as well, but the Colony might put up a bit more of a battle. A headshot onto Tanawat and a spray through the grass, but they're getting some assistance from Sunshine. Killer has to back off the angle. He's got 4 grenades, but can't put them to use just yet.
Killer falls. Julio from range shuts down one. Colony, Mamonji doing what he can to try and go for the revive as Goduk opens up. The final player from Game Home Hadong does fall. It's Eskazila that manages to pick up the kill. Game Home out in 8th, but now Made in Thailand, well, their positions being given away. Attack all around. Know that Unicorn Phoenix are up above. They know that it's a 4-man. They know it's a formidable squad, but don't count these guys out of it yet. We've seen Jankyu do big things so far in PCS5, and I wouldn't expect him to stop anytime soon, but the nade is certainly going to put the brakes on for a second as Shu tries to play point. He is peeking over the top. Unicorn Phoenix, they are inside zone. They don't really have to make a move, but Made in Thailand do, and it's the Colony that get knocked down because of it. Mamonji falls and is flushed out as well. Only one player now remains from Made in Thailand as a huge nade comes out, but nowhere to be. Attack all around, fall, and so the Colony. Killer is out. Made in Thailand, 8 kills. This is what you wanted to see from them.
This is as a duo as well. They lost Jacob, they lost Duck Commands, 2 of the bigger name players on the squad. Vanji! Duck's out of the way. Oh, he almost gets an unhelpful greeting from the first part of his name as he almost gets splattered on the front end of the car, but Dodge is out of the way. Oh, lucky stuff, but UNP will keep themselves 4 up. I love that, though. Fury did that on purpose. They sent that vehicle down to try and get that lucky knock. It wasn't quite enough, but damn, it was close.
Look, if they got that, just round of applause. Just let them win. Just give them the win. They deserve it if they manage to hit a play like that. But unfortunately, that's not how things work just yet, as the zone is going to be closing through phase 7, about to pop. Emma Shimbori taking a fight up against Fury as the nades come through. It's a Molotov, another hard shift up to the north. So Unicorn Phoenix yet again in a really good zone position.
They really need Fury to sweep in and wipe out that team if you are basically anyone other than UNP. Maybe BN United. In fact, even BN United would love to see Fury come out UNP as their closest competition. Really, they'd love even more if anyone else could do it, but Fury is the only team on their side of the road with 4 still alive that wouldn't have to expose themselves to the elements to try and make it a reality. But Unicorn Phoenix just can't stop getting the zone towards them. If this does go towards the southeast side, Serayu might be able to do enough, but they still have to deal with Made in Thailand being those little irritating players behind them that are constantly picking up frags, even as a duo. As from the start of the game, they lost their teammates, 3-4 minutes in, and they're still going up to like almost 10 kills at this point. Is insane.
That was a close one there from Waikiki. The molly, though, was just a little bit short as he tries to open something up with the SKM. As Shimbori just pinned down in this corner. All it would take is one well-placed frag. They would be able to get the kill, but not when arm shots like that come out from Tanawat. Made in Thailand, putting in work right now to try and get the 10th kill. The flush not looking too lightly as Serayu now calls a distraction, applying the pressure, but nothing connected. Emma Shimbori, well, they see this knock in the kill feed. They're going to try to make the most out of it, but the nade, no, it's just a little bit wide. Waikiki Mukau going to be healing up. The second one, though, might work not to be as Fury, well, they gain the distance. They've gotten themselves down the hill. Fury now just about inside zone as Escalusia does end up falling. It leaves Tanawat with the AWM as the final player for Made in. Not for long as they fall in 5th. We are in to our final 4 teams.
And this could be huge. Insight now pushing forward, scouting for the positions of Unicorn Phoenix. Might be able to put some of these grenades, these Molotovs into use, and he's got the backup now as the rest of Fury. If Unicorn Phoenix aren't looking for this, if they're looking the wrong way, they could get shot in the back, and Vanji peeks up over the top. Insight reveals his position with a big spray, but not quite enough to get the knock. The grenade will fly down towards Chu, and Fury against UNP. Now the battle for the high ground. Look at those win percentage predictions. So close between all 3, Fury, Serayu, and UNP. And this battle could really decide who ends up the victors of this game.
The nades coming out. They're certainly close, but no! Every time it feels like the frags are just getting so close, but just a little bit too far. Is Shu sure he's pinned down, but the rest of the squad aren't. The rest of Unicorn Phoenix moving up the hillside. How throws down a frag of his own onto Julio, but it's on the wrong side of the wall. He's going to be able to get over to some form of safety right now. Smokes are up as well as frags. The Molotov following through as well. The flashes now indicate Serayu are ready to make themselves a bit of a push. Sunshine moves round the back, maybe thinking that these players are still inside the shack, but no, MS Jambori, they are inside a dip. They are not planning on moving, but all it's going to take is one Molotov, one frag grenade landed inside this dip, and this squad are pretty much out of it. Shots coming through from above. It's Fury doing the damage as Julio gets taken down low. They've made some noise. This could be the info that Serayu needed, but it isn't looking too promising as the Molotov is just inches away. It's Phase 8 Saga. This is our final zone now. It comes down to a dot, and it's looking like it's just north of the road to wrap things up.
Again, favoring UNP and Fury. It's a very balanced top four in terms of representation. One from every region of qualification. Vietnam, one from Thailand, Challenger Rumble, and OCE, all in almost a four-man squad. But MSC taken down to a two-man with Ronan with a couple of quick headshots. Once again with the bolt action. Rognan's Mai, again an impactful kill to take down the young fragger. And Julio takes a body shot as well. That's not going to stop Jowman before he peeks up around the side and finishes off Ronan.
Fury throwing down the smokes in the attempt to get in the revive, but they know that the push is going to be coming in from behind. Unicorn Phoenix started to group up, rocking a bit of a 2-2 split. It's a risky one to work with, but if they're able to open things up onto the initial two Fury players, it could easily shut things down. Molotovs coming over the top towards the tractor, a little bit short, but the sprays are still providing the pressure. Both Fury players now in sight, and Blood both going to be pinned down at the tractor as he tries to move away. Choose there to get himself the knock. More sprays coming, but nothing. He's 9 started to move. It is creeping through. It's Fanny! Oh, he's taken down so low by Waikiki, but it's not enough to get the kill. Flood getting revived by Ronan as Fury now starting to consolidate. Julio just laying prone inside of the smoke.
As much as Serayu want to get involved in this battle, they need to deal with the snake just on their side of the road first. And they're just going to sit back and let UNP and Fury take chunks out of one another, so to speak. Insight and Ronan up close and personal, throwing out those flashbangs, but around the side, oh, Trick has been caught out. Julio dealt with,
Insight.
and now Insight with a knock on Chu as well. Things are evened up, 3 apiece for all teams.
Oh, this is huge right now. Fury, they were taking a fight onto the other side of the road. They managed to get the knock on to Serayu, but his Waikiki can move out, take down Hunvo Ditch. Blue follows with Ronan taking him down. Ronan just playing points so aggressively, but they know that Serayu are making a push in. Niall with the 2K takes down Ronan, followed up by Insight, confirming themselves yet another kill as Niall goes down. Vanny is still there trying to survive. Cow is pinned down low. He's the final player for Fury, but not for long as Fury fall. It's a 1 versus 2, and of course the 2-man. Well, 99% of the time it comes out on top, this time being no different. It's Serayu that come out on top of that one.
Indonesia once again comes out ahead, and it's against very stiff competition in that final 3 teams. They denied Fury a win in week 2, and it was in game number 2 of week 2 as well, and they've done it once again in week 3, battling with Fury and with Unicorn Phoenix, 2 of the best teams in the lobby consistently, and they come out on top from the opposite side of the road as well. Serayu, a battle to maintain their position at the top of the standings, and they have completely overtaken BN in the frags as well. 17 across 2 games. They are solidly in first place for now. And Serayu, what a performance for the first time APAC representatives of Indonesia.
Well, Serayu, they needed it, didn't they? Coming into tonight, they were 7th place overall. They needed that cash. And, well, with a decent number of kills, that amount of wins, already being able to get 1 on the board, 2 matches down, it's got to at least put them in good standing to at least finish in the top 8. So they're going to be feeling good about that one and at least getting themselves some cash, provided that they can keep up the frags. Look, if they can get another win, they're going to be feeling good about themselves. Apologies for the video issues. As you noticed, my internet, for some reason, past few weeks, it's not been treating me well, Saga.
I'll tell you what, I'm not looking the sharpest today either, but damn, some of the players in this server are looking as sharp as they possibly can. Evil Patrick's spray was 10 out of 10. And oh man, all 3 players, 1 clip of a barrel, all headshots out of the car. It was so clean, so disgusting. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to survive until the end because who knows what he could have done in that position around the side of the road. But what a final battle between Serayu, Fury, Unicorn, Phoenix. What a hectic way to end out the game, and it's Serayu to come out on top.
Yep, really impressive. That's 2 games down. We're going to take a short break, but we'll be back in just a few minutes with game number 3. Well, what an ending for match number 2 right there. An amazing way for things to go. It's Seiryu that pick up the chicken dinner right there. 13 kills to go alongside it, showing that they deserve to be up there. They're a team that didn't do so great in terms of the amount of cash they've got, but that will definitely add to it and pretty much confirm them in the top 8 for this week and confirm them a little bit of extra money. My name is Chunks. I'm joined by the one and only Saga UK. And wow, what a game that was.
Definitely was, and you can just see exactly how close that was in the end game by the survival time of Fury, who went out in 3rd place only 4 seconds before the game ended, and Unicorn Phoenix were taken down themselves by Seiryu with the 13 kills, more than enough to propel them not only into 1st place in terms of the kills overall for today so far, but 1st place of the standings with that 1 chicken dinner, now 9 kills above Bao Nam after their victory and early exit in game number 2 at the hands of Day Trade. And that full send with the bike was so it was exciting, one to definitely maybe reconsider for the next game, but you know what, it was still fun to watch nonetheless, just as these guys. 6k in the bank so far, and now already looking like a good way to stack up some more for week 3.
I love this. Games, we don't have to worry about our ugly faces showing up on stream for too long. Here we go. Game number 3 is underway. We're over here on Erangel, and it is the best playing path. It's the southern one. It's the Millie Island playing path. It doesn't guarantee a Millie finish, but it is a lot more likely. Remember that phase 1, for anyone who didn't know, got to spit that knowledge, is it has to be touching the playing path. You know, I'm not quite on the same level of trivia as Paper Thin is, but I'm trying.
Hey, you know what? We take what we can get here. But you know what? It's not a bad one for most teams. I mean, everyone's going to have those alternative drop spots, so Fury not going to have a problem. Game home splitting around the Western Bridge and Colony going all the way to the south of the military island. For teams like E365, for Myth, they're close enough to the Eastern Bridge that they can try and make a send, get across earlier, as can Serayu, our victors of game number 2. The team that under Team Extraordinaire for PCS4, they were 10 points away from qualifying for PCS4, and imagine the scenes if they had been able to do so and come back now and have such a dominant performance. But you know what? All of our talk of Melee Island, forget it. But actually, no, reverse it, because now those teams on the Melee Island are going to have to get off it, and it's Made in Thailand and Serayu in prime position to try and prevent that.
3 teams, 2 bridges. I'm not too good at math, Saga, but that doesn't add up for me. That makes me think that somebody is in trouble coming into this match. We will see. Being United going to be starting their rotate through. Obviously going to try and pick up those esports spawns. No real surprises after last game. Well, we have to go back to this clip. This made my day. It looked like Flash was going to be able to pick up the sprays right there. He was in the perfect position to hit Simon off the bike, but no. Simon just slams on the brakes, swings to the side, and then straight into the head of Flash. Sure, being United, they were in a little bit of trouble with all the grenades over in those stables, but if we were rewarding style points, he just would have got all of them.
He certainly would. Serayu here with 8 kills at this point in the game, making the push over the road. That's a beautiful spray. Oh man, 17-0. Back-to-back drops. They've lined up for him, and he's headshot them both out of the game. And that might have been the deciding factor. If it was 2 versus 2, there was a chance potentially, but Cow could do nothing at this point. And then from here on out, it was just a battle to clean up Unicorn Phoenix, and, well, Serayu did incredibly well to do so to close it out. The second time they've won the second game of the day here in week number 3. And now they actually don't have to make any real moves to get into the zone. They're already in it, and they can at least move to push for some position. A little bit more thrown in terms of the utility this time around. A few more grenades, a couple more smokes, but the damage definitely higher than the win that we saw from BN United in game 1.
Well, I mean, Serayu, they had to fight their way in. It's no real surprise that they used a lot more smokes, as we see, you know, a lot of teams that they do manage to get into a compound early and hold it. Well, of course, they're going to use a lot less. Serayu, they had to fight their way in. 2k damage, 13 kills, 10 frags thrown. It shows that they were farming that damage, trying to force their way into the zone. And look, it worked out. They did not have an easy match that game, but it worked out in the end. Being able to drop down on that southern coast on Miramar when you get a zone like that, it's such a huge advantage. Sunshine, though, just look at that damage. 804 and 5 kills. That's flood levels of damage.
That's pretty absurd for Serayu. It's a pretty absurd performance for Made in Thailand as well, dropping 2 members early on and making it almost to the top 4. Escalucia with the 15 XAWM, putting his name on the left-hand side of the kill feed, exactly where you want it to be. And no surprise to see both of them boys over in that top 5 for the damage. Evil Patrick as well. Didn't get the most in terms of damage, but the 4 kills, he got that triple spray down. It was brutal. And Tanawat straight back into the action. And Escalucia there to back him up as well. Oh, the gas can has killed his teammate. Escalucia's been dropped out, and Tanawat picks up over the top. And Made in Thailand once again. Oh man, this time it's the full squad. They've kept them all alive, and they've wiped out Cerberus.
The confidence come out then with a seat swap. I loved. I mean, I know we see seat swaps a lot more often now, but it just feels like in the early game on a crash like that, it's not a common thing. Escalucia does fall, but look, he'll be getting revived, no problem. Made in Thailand have just picked themselves up some pretty easy kills to start things off. Hitting shots like that is no easy feat. And look at that, it really pays off for them. Currently second in terms of kills right now. In week 3 alone, we should point out 14, tied with Unicorn Phoenix. And look, Tanawat and Hungbo Ditch both with the same proportion each.
Certainly the case. Ronan as well. I mean, we looked at the stats earlier on. He was a little lower down the standings. That comes with the bolt action. But for Fury, in terms of the damage and kill participation, he was a little bit lower in weeks 2 and 3. But this time around, it's all him. For Fury, Insight certainly putting up the numbers as well alongside it. Things very even and split across the board for Serayu, which is a little interesting after the stats that we have just seen for Sunshine. So everyone on similar levels in game number 2 at least, and we're hoping that they're going to be able to continue that for game number 3.
It is interesting to see the fact that, you know, coming into this week, like, we didn't see huge things from Made in Thailand. Currently, you know, in the overall standings, they're in 9th place overall. We haven't seen insane numbers of kills from them, but at the same time, they've been putting in absolute work so far today. Obviously, you know, between the squad, they've got the kills up there, but it's about being able to do it consistently that is the big thing for them. 33 kills for Escalusia, though. He is putting in work as the rest of the squad around that 20 kill mark. It's really impressive to watch.
Now we get to see what they can do with 4 players alive. A good central position. This is where Fury almost closed out a second win last week, but weren't quite able to do it. It was Game Home who denied them in that position. So if we do end up seeing a similar circle to that, maybe Made in Thailand could try and claim the victory for themselves. It would be excellent news for them. They've already done the fragging, so it would put them pretty much directly in first place if they were able to make it a decent number of kills and close out a win. So we'll keep our eyes out for it. Made in Thailand, typically a team that if they are getting a win, it's going to be a 16 or 17 kill win. And they're very, very aggressive. They've already shown that right now with wiping out Cerberus early on. So I would love to see it if we do get a chance to see it. Really, I'd love to see any team of Thailand step up and be that team that can get themselves the win, because it's been a struggle so far. We need to know that they're still able to compete at the top level.
Going to be just taking a few shots. No real surprises for being United. You know, they're in Yaz. They're pretty comfortable. They just want to keep teams away. Make sure that they know, look, you can't be coming in here. It's not safe. There are squads around. It's interesting to see Fury just rolling through as a squad. They scouted it out, which is something that it's definitely a new Fury strat, it feels like. It feels like the old Fury would never have scouted the bridges, but definitely in PCS4, they struggled running into LG Divine a bunch, and I think Cerberus as well, down on the southern side. So it's nice to see the fact that they have learned from their mistakes in PCS4, and they are making changes actively, and it's worked out well for them so far. They have a decent placement overall, yet again, in 5th place so far this week, but you know, if they're not able to continue that momentum, if they're not able to get the wins, which is where it all counts in this format, then it's all for nothing to a certain extent.
Well, they've been making appearances in the late stages of the game. It's been a bit of a difference from game 1 to 2 with Ronan by himself, and then the whole squad in the top 3 in game number 2, but weren't able to close it out to a win. But if they continue on that same trajectory, 5th place, 3rd place, it's going to end up being a win here, mathematically speaking. They're not in what you would call a major priority position, but certainly with a sudden circle shift, it could work out in their favor. Daytrade might well be hoping for that as well, coming in late. Colony still on the Millie Island. They are doing some scouting of their own from the observatory, trying to make sure that there's absolutely nobody waiting for them on the other side of the bridge, which they are completely correct to do and clear to move. There's nobody down at that end. Archangel Predator, they've wrapped all the way around, coming in from the northern end of Yasnaya. And if we do end up seeing the circle shift in that position, well, Yasnaya is a big city. It can fit several teams in there. It's just a pain to try and get out if the circle does eventually leave.
It's going to be a tricky one. Archangel Predator, though, grabbing the high ground. Interesting to see this early on to be playing cliff sides like that, when I bet a lot of teams are going to be banking a little bit further to the south. CJ, though, he is looking down the hill as Easy Esports make a push. The spray comes through and connects onto Y8, but no kill being found just yet. The damage is just not enough as Archangel Predator, they've got the high ground, but they are so far outside of center. They are praying for that northern hard shift.
In 5 seconds' time, we will know whether or not their prayers will be answered. Where are we going? We are going straight down the middle, dead center. Good news for E365, for Sharper, for BN United. They can regroup up really wherever they like, maybe even hold a 2-2 split with the compound and the southern side of Yasnaya. But MSC is on the move, looking to regroup up in the dip, just nearby to Made in Thailand. And once again, it's Game Home who's getting a bit close and putting the pressure on. Sharper making a move to try and expand their hold on the position. They will make it here before Howan force him to turn, reconsider his approach. But 17-0, maybe feeling a little confident after the previous game, but it's a full send for Game Home into the dip, and it's gone poorly. Rognan's Mai's down. Oh, man.
Skeet just took down 3 of them right there. That was absolutely huge before Disgusting got the trade. Emma Shimbori there to try and survive a little bit longer. Ronan opening up onto Venotica. That was Beautifully played down inside the dip. Ronan continuing to take the shots onto Daytrade as the players rotate through. Flash is there, popping the tires, but not landing the shots. Waikiki though, has a whole lot more success for it. Flash gets taken down. That's why Waikiki going to be forced to pop the first aid after getting cracked in the head. Nerns and Puchil still surviving, and it looks like they're just going to back off, or at least group up as a two-man before going for the revives. Puchil's, though, able to take down Ronan with some nice SLR shots. Finishes off the job, and, well, that's the first kill of the game for Daytrade.
We've been saying early game, there's been not too many kills, but they've been impactful. That's certainly the case there, with Ronan being dropped down. Insight might have a little bit more impact on towards Norins as that grenade. Oh, it's not quite going to find its mark, but it gets very close. Half the hit points of Norins, and surely that might be enough to secure the bleed out on Flash, particularly if another one could come through. Oh, man. And shots being peppered in from distance as well. Oh, he actually got knocked from Zhao Man. That's in the dip. They've just finished wiping out the team that crashes them of game home. What is the range on that? That is absurd. Zhao Man to get
like
that knock.
700
That's
meters.
going to secure the flush on Flash as well. It's gifted to Waikiki Mukau. Fury will secure the third, and Zhao Man absolutely robbed.
I think that's like a 700-meter shot that Zhao Man just landed. That is absolutely insane. I know the default observer distance for the tags is 600 meters. And it's a little bit more than that. So I'm saying 700-800 meters, that shot. I really hope the observers can go and get the replay on that one. That was absolutely huge right there from him. And Emma Shimbori, look, they are starting things off with a bang. Not only have they defended that dip against a crash now, they've also managed to hit shots like that. That's 11 kills for them so far in 6th place. They are feeling confident coming into our second Erangel game.
Can't be feeling too confident if you are Puchils, though. 3 of your teammates gone down. You've done the damage, you've taken out Ronan, you've done everyone else a great service in the lobby, but it's come at a very, very brutal cost. And Puchils, what can he do here? He can try and find himself a dip to sit in and maybe hope to ride out a circle a little bit longer, but you've got to think, if this position is still in come phase 5, phase 6, then surely a team is going to look to try and take it. And how much of a defense can you really put up as a solo from a wide open position like this? It's not going to work out for them. We've lost 2 Vietnamese squads and almost a Taiwan down to a solo. So still, the 2 major regions of APAC still losing out in the early phases, but those big swingers, the big fraggers at the top, Serayu, BN, UNP, Fury, mostly on damage, only Ronan has taken a loss from that position. The zone shifting up favorably for Sharper. They might even look to regroup up on that Heaven position, give up their 2-2 split, because there is a good chance that a crash might come through to try and steal away that spot from under the nose of Belmoth.
It looked for a second like Fury, they were going to start a crash of their own, but not to be, as Serayu takes some shots. They're spinning about. It actually looks like maybe they will. Waikiki Mukau is playing point. He's grabbing himself the info as Serayu start to cluster up a little bit more. The trenches are free to play. They're maybe not the best position, but the way that Fury play with often coming in from the edge, it might just work out for them. Waikiki Mukau takes some shots, and, well, Serayu have backed off. Fury have got a whole lot of space to work with on the southern side.
Teams along the west will have to make their movement in. AAA being one of them, Made in Thailand another. There's not much to work with, just a lot of open fields. UNP, they've got a massive dip. Just a little bit surrounded by E365 and maybe some threat to come from the southern side if MSC get a little confident to make a push. Unicorn Phoenix will take the shots at Made in Thailand as they look to rotate, but as soon as they get past UNP, they're going directly into a wide split of AAA, and who knows how poorly that could go for them, but Made in Thailand, no strangers to a seat swap.
And it looks like Tanawat's going for exactly that. He is swinging out the side while the rest of his team decide to drive. I expected them to pull up, you know, on the other side of Volcano, but no, instead going all the way into the dip and pulling up in there. Jankyu is there with a nade, but instead hops in the vehicle and backs out of this. Jay is doing what he can. From attack all around with the SLR to land some damage, which he does. But now, Duckmans and Esquilusia are both going to cause some problems. Sprays from Glooms, try to connect, but still not to be. There's still 2 more players, though, inside one Dacia from Made in Thailand. If there's an opportunity for attack all around to get a knockout of the vehicle, this is it, but it doesn't look like it's to be. As Glooms runs out of ammo, Made in Thailand just centering up over at the Wizard Tower and going to try and play the hillside a little bit more. No, actually, they're going all the way into Yasnaya.
There's a lot of 2-2 splits to be potentially punished by teams that do need to find themselves a spot in the zone. And Made in Thailand, whether they've identified it or not, they've pulled up on one of them. Young B and Zest may need to hop in the vehicles and try and get out of there. That's what they will do. They'll give up the south side of Yaz, make the regroup up with God New and Simon T in the old yellows. Now the blues are going to be taken by the boys in blue of BN as well. So Made in Thailand, a successful entry into the zone, but oh boy, that's not what they were looking for. Second time Jacob's been run over by a Made in Thailand vehicle, but no real pressure. They can secure that revive, no problems. Colony have wrapped all the way in on the eastern side under a bit of fire from AAA AP, rather. And they've managed to get themselves into the forest above Mansion. But where will the next phase go? Because there's a lot of 2-2 splits still for Sharper that could still be punished.
Zone, well, it pulls all the way up to the northwest. This is the zone I wanted to see. It is so open. Sure, you've got the Hanging Gardens in. That is where I think we're going to see a hell of a lot of crashes right now, just because of those cliff sides around Sharper. But you've also got that very edge of Yasnaya, which could work out big right now. MS Chumbori making themselves a rotate through as Skeet leads the charge, and it looks like Hanging Gardens is their target. Fury following a similar path, swinging a little bit further down to the south. 3 teams now all going to scrap it out here. Tanoy plays point, tries to drive through, but he ends up getting caught out. Rogues is there to manage to get the knock, now looking to follow it up with even more. Only 2 players from Sharper remain inside the compound as Maximus tries to swing up to the north. He's forced down the vehicle over at the rock, and you can see Rogue pushing in because of it. Zigzag's there to try and get the trade, but now Maximus is spotted out. Flood with the knock onto him from range. Zigzags with the nade over the top. Frag coming in hot, but it's a little bit too far. Unicorn Phoenix making a push their own, followed by the Molotov. Shoe goes for one, doesn't quite connect, but pins down the position of Vandal 9. Jexy with the spray doesn't connect himself, and Hungvo Ditch punishes him because of it with the barrel headshot. Down goes Jexy, and that's the opening shots onto Eagle 365, followed by Hansi, but Chabrit's there for the trade. 2 players now remain from Eagle 365, and Unicorn Phoenix, well, they're looking to finish them off quick time.
Got the DBS. There's a Vector in play as well around this position. Well prepared for a crash is E365, but they've still taken 2 knocks. Let's see this DBS in action if they try and make a push through this door. Chu might have absolutely no idea what's waiting for him on the other side, or maybe he will. Maybe it'll be a spam of the smokes, the flashbangs. Might just be enough for them. Through the window will go the spray of Chu. That's jump shot attempted. It's going to land. And Chibrit with 1. Oh, and the Vector's got 1 as well. 1 versus 2 in the compound now for Chu to try and rectify the situation for Unicorn Phoenix.
His position's being given away. They know exactly where he is from the shots. He needs a frag grenade if he wants to flush out this kill, but that's the least of his worries because there's Chabrit right there with the DBS, but he switches over to the M4, gets punished because of it. Chu's there with the spray, the pre-fire onto Vandal 9, and Eagle 365, well, they fall out in 14.
Both headshots from that angle through the window. Unicorn Phoenix are absolutely wild, and it's every single one of them that has these highlight moments. It's ridiculous that they keep getting away with this, and E365, that is painful to see, but what can you do when he's hitting shots like that through the window? Archangel Predator now pulling up. They're once again battling with Colony on the edge of zone, and it's easy Esports who are taking the shots towards them, trying to get involved, trying to get their name in there and steal away some points. And Sharper's position now forced towards the lower ground on the northern side of the Hanging Gardens. They got maybe a little too greedy on the 2-2 split. Maybe if they'd regrouped a few seconds earlier, they could have avoided the mad dash send of MSC, but got caught in a 3-way crossfire between themselves, MSC, and Fury as well, as all the rotations came through. And Sharper down to just 2 players, but they do still cling onto a position in the zone, which is more than we can say for 36 Cartel.
Yet again, 36 Cartel versus Fury. It's a fight we saw in game number 1. Didn't see in game 2, but it looks like we're going to get a repeat of, because 36 Cartel, well, they're going to make it into zone, and guess who is holding them out? It's Fury right now. Smoke's coming down for a little bit of extra support as Unicorn Phoenix now moving out of that Grandma's compound in their vehicles, ready to make a push through. Chu is playing point, but nothing has been spotted. They're looking in the wrong direction. If only they peeked over to the right, they might be able to get the line of sight onto 36 Cartel. Right now, 36C just boosting up, preparing for what they know is going to be a tricky fight. Archangel Predator facing a similar fate right now as the Colony just over the ridge. Alec, oh, he's there with the frag grenade. It's certainly looking like it could be close, but no, just a little bit too far. Half a second more in his hand, and well, it would have been over for them, but not to be this time, as Asper falls. Archangel Predator playing themselves a trench, only really smokes and a little bit of dirt for cover.
Attack all around. They're going to have to start setting up a wall of smokes to try and secure this push onto BN. But look at Simon T. He is not going to sit back and wait for this to happen. He's getting very aggressive, maybe even exposing himself a little bit to the northern side of the southern side. Unicorn Phoenix could take shots, and they will do. But here it's Archangel Predator, it's Colony, it's Philippines violence once again. It's finished off by Belmoth over on the lower ground, Hanging Gardens. It's Colony that comes out the worst of it once again. Archangel Predator now into the double digits in the kills. Simon T's been taken down. That might open the door for this push from AAA.
AAA, oh, it looked like they were going to go for the send, but no, Glooms backs off a little, turns away. As rather than going straight in for the compound, they're going for more of a siege. Chills is there in the dip to take down Chu. That was huge, but the damage does get returned onto him. He is out of the fight for now. As Furiol, this is a tricky position for them to be in. Player 4 and Cherry have both gone down from 36C as a beautifully placed Molotov from Hunvo Ditch will finish off Chills and Day Trade to go with it. Gems taking some jumps up over the top to try and find an angle. Still concerned of Easy Esports, even though he knows that BN United are really the upcoming threat. Bloom just backing away as the circle sneaks in. Archangel Predator up against Easy Esports looks like where things are going to kick off next.
Puccio, as we said, by the time Phase 5 comes around, a team will likely be looking to take away the dip that he was playing, so he was well aware of that. He shuffled his way forward, and he gets an extra kill point out of it, which is really all you could ask from him in that position for Day Trade, and you couldn't have asked for a better target to take out as well. Unicorn Phoenix down to just Hungvo Ditch, and they are definitely one of the more dangerous teams in the lobby, so to take them down to minimum strength is the best they can do, but that is still pretty spookily strong in a lot of situations. Easy Esports, they've made their push out of Yasnaya, and well, they know that it's maybe a weakened team for Archangel Predator in terms of what utility they have. Durability on the vest might be damaged as well, thanks to Colony and their efforts to try and defend against it, but they're fighting back. They've still got grenades left, and Shin V cops one to the face.
Argent Bot swinging out wide. This could be huge if he can land the spray, which he does, but Klee is immediately there for the trade. Evil Patrick runs out of ammo in his AR, and he goes for the SLR. Spam, the hip fire works out as Y8. Oh, he accidentally naded his own teammate. Down go Easy Esports. Not so easy after all when you're taking a fight against Archangel Predator. They are a team that can just throw you into disarray. 10 remain, and right now it's MS Chambéry who are looking like the favorites in terms of the analysis. As Flood falls, it weakens Fury a little, but Insight is quickly there to try and return things. Goes for the seat swap, and well, honestly, he deserved that, going for the seat swap there. That's karma.
Caught out, and now it's yet again another solo. Hungvo Ditch has been spotted out, and Cow gets the better of him despite the fact that he's being peppered from the side. Will eventually be taken down. BN United will be very, very happy to see both Fury and UMP go down, but Archangel Predator not too happy about this.
Dugmans is there from behind to open things up onto Trick. The nade didn't land, but the Molotov is a hell of a lot closer. I believe he's solo for Made in Thailand, split out from the rest of his squad, and it almost works out. Sharper fall as Mad Dog still trying to make a final stand for his squad. The rest of Made in Thailand grouping up a little bit more, and Duckman's, well, he nearly catches the nade to the face. Argent Bots now the solo for Archangel Predator as the vehicle explosion took down Mad Dog. Is the frag grenade that finishes off the job. It is just so messy inside this circle with how open it is, but it looks like every team now has themselves at least something to play. The frag's still coming close, but not quite connecting onto Argent Bots. The shots don't either, but Argent Bots, well, he's there with some shots of his own. Does the damage, can't find the kill, but down goes How as Made in Thailand finally decide to strike onto this one.
Dodges out of the vehicle explosion. Sunshine keeps himself up. Made in Thailand, MSC, AAA, all up still in numbers. This could be the game where finally Thailand finds themselves a win, and it's going to be maybe delivered at the hands of Made in Thailand as Trick finished off as well. Surrounded on both sides as MSC starting to poke their noses into all this. And that is a beautiful zone if you're a fan of Thai PUBG as well. Because once Serayu is taken down, BN United is in dire straits to try and squeeze their way into this one. Where do you go? All that they can do is crash onto a team, and in a position like this, you're going to be shot from all angles if that's the attempt, that's the approach that you're going to try and make.
Serayu, though, they're still up. They've managed to get the revives in, so not in the worst possible position. BN United, though, they are not in a great one either. Running out in the open to try and get themselves some vehicles. It looks like they're going to try Ascend or something, but Skeet is already playing point here for Emma Shimbori. Yeah, grabbing themselves some smokes, some frags. They know they're going to need them to make this run. So many squads just posted, told them out, and in about 10 seconds, they're going to need to make that move. Because Phase 7, it's going to start closing. After that, only one more shift to go.
He's just picked up 8 smokes off the body of Unicorn Phoenix. Simon T almost catches Glooms as he tries to make a bit of a move for himself. Maybe it was just a bait to try and get the peek out so they could get the information, but BN United, they've grabbed more vehicles as well. They've got 4, which is more than they have players at this point. So maybe they could try and do an insight and send one out as bait first of all, but Baonam United, they have what they need to try and move forward, make themselves potentially a vehicle fort on this side of the road and continue on for now. Or maybe they're just going to get on the roof, get aggressive, and try and wipe out AAA instead. That would definitely be the more exciting of the options. But MSC is ready for them to try and make a push towards the southern side of the Phase 7 circle. They've actually pushed away, alleviated some pressure from Serayu, as have Made in Thailand, both looking towards the west. They want BN United, they want AAA out of the game.
Absolutely they do. The nades are certainly going to help with that as Janku, Jayas and Gems all fall, just like Domino's. Glooms is the last one up. Young B tries to finish off the job, but it's got Ace with a 3K frag grenade. Eliminates attack all around. That's one of the best nades I have seen in the history of PUBG.
They were allowed to make the run in the open across the fields to the bodies, and they picked up the grenades and immediately show exactly what that was worth. Completely everything, every bit of risk that was to run over and grab those grenades was 100% worth it. Wiping out AAA in seconds with a barrage and a couple of shots. Bit of assistance from the low health vehicle as well, and now down towards the top 4, and the zone has favored them as well towards the western side of the zone. They don't even need to move now that they've dealt with the threat on their side. And would you look at that, it was them who won week 3, or game 3 last week as well. And now Serayu, with no pressure on them whatsoever. How's wrapped around the side. He's just completely caught Skeet.
You could just see Made in Thailand's winner chicken dinner percentage ticking up right there as those kills came out. But you gotta feel like Serayu are looking really strong themselves. The same being said for BN United. They've got an amazing amount of zone control. MS Chambori, they are pinned down right now. Sure, they've managed to get 4 players back up, but none of those players are inside zone. They have to try and find an opening, which is a whole lot easier said than done. Duckman's looking up over the top as BN United, well, they have themselves a bit of a ridge. They're center inside the circle, which means that they're looking good going into Phase 9 when it all comes down to a dot. They don't have to move right away. The focus right now, though, it has to be on Serayu and MS Chambori. They're the 2 teams that are going to struggle, but if they can get out of this unscathed, well, you've got to feel like that momentum can carry forward going into that final zone.
Made in Thailand, 31%, just edging out for the highest win percentage. MSC might be able to do something to up their own odds if Jowman could land the spray. He got some damage dealt, but took some of his own. Serayu lancer back with a grenade. Skeet just unable to find the knock onto 17-0, but 1 tick of blue zone will do it. Rognan's Mai's gone down, and so is Skeet, though. It's gone so badly wrong for MSC.
Tanawat, MSC, they're switching their attention. Down goes Jacob as well. MS Shimbori end up falling as Serayu now with only 2 players remaining. The zone is closing in, but the nades are coming out over the top. 2 players down from Made in Thailand. They will be getting revived, but all it takes is a frag anywhere near those players, and they are back out the fight. The fire comes over the top onto BN United as the clear favorites for this match with the SLR coming over. Simon T repositioned the vehicles. He's got himself covered cover, but oh no, it works out for Serayu. They can't get the kill. Sunshine, though, falls as Esquilusia making big things happen. God Ace goes down as How eliminated. Serayu are out of it. 2 players remain from BN United versus the 4 from Made in Thailand as they try to move up and grab ridge control. God Ace is getting revived. Now, looking at the dot, it lands just onto Made in Thailand's side of the zone. So it comes down to utility usage from BN United. But Made in Thailand, well, they got plenty of their own. They're working as a group. They're pushing together. They are peaking together, which makes it nearly impossible for BN United to decide who they're going to be shooting. The shots do come through from Youngbi, but no surprises here. He can't confirm the kill. There's 3 players he's looking at. It is so hard to actually take those shots and finish off all 3 of them without getting the fire returned to you. It just becomes a bit of a waiting game now. Saga, and I mean, Made in Thailand, we've seen them win off circles like this before. They are so patient and they are just waiting.
Look at Duckman's position. He's allowing the 3v3 to happen on the southern side so he can wrap around, and Tanawat gets the better of one, but oh, the spray into the smoke of Simon T. It's an answer back. It's a second as well. BN United, even the numbers.
2 versus 1 situation. 1 player now remains from BN United. He's inside the smoke. Young B was spotted out. He's going to be able to confirm the flush on Esquilusia as Tanawat gets 1, but it's not going to be enough. In the end, Made in Thailand get themselves a big chicken dinner. BN United, it was so close for them after the way that they performed. They were seriously up there. They were up there to take the whole thing, but this time it wasn't to be a decent amount of kills. But Made in Thailand, well, they got them when they mattered. They got the chicken dinner, and that'll bump them all the way up to first place, I believe.
It absolutely will. 25 kills so far today with the 11 picked up there. That was close. That came down to a 1 versus 1. Youngbi playing the edge of the smoke incredibly well, but Made in Thailand. We said it earlier on. If they're getting a win, it's going to be a big number of frags to go with it. 11 overall, and oh man, it's so good to see finally Thai teams making an impact, but it was dangerously close. BN United played that so incredibly well to make it a ridiculously close conversation between maybe Youngbi could have won the 1v1 at the very end, but wasn't quite to be. Made in Thailand playing the road. The numbers advantage was just enough once again, and BN United came very close to closing it out for a second time today in 3 games, but Made in Thailand snatched it away from under them.
Got to say as well, MS Shimbori right there, they made it to the late game. That put them up 3 places. They're currently sitting in 5th place on the leaderboard. Really impressive for them. Made in Thailand, though, they just absolutely stole the show. Jumping up 3 places, now in 1st overall, 5 kills ahead of 2nd place. And that's what Made in Thailand needed. We've spoke about them as a team that has such potential, but so far they just haven't been able to make things happen in the way we maybe would have hoped. But I think that this is a good sign. Getting the win on day 1. Can they get a second? Only time will tell.
We do have a lot of separation in the lobby in terms of the kills. I mean, if we go as far as top 7, we're on 15, and then the next team after that in 8th place has only 8. That's almost double the amount after 3 games. So there's a lot of fragging going on between a select few teams, and everyone else is getting just caught in the crossfire, really, just left by the wayside in terms of the frags that they're able to pick up. And it's kind of the same faces time and time again, really, over these games that are trying to make these aggressive plays and backfiring. Game Home got absolutely slaughtered when they tried to make that play in the dip. Skeet spraying down 3 of them, surviving until the late stages of the game with the rest of MS Chonburi as well. Serayu making it to the very late stages of that game and very nearly cost Made in Thailand a potential win with those knocks that MS Chonburi was able to get onto them. If they were able to maybe make that push, it could have potentially gone the opposite way and maybe even could have been their win, never mind a BN United one. But Made in Thailand survive against all the odds in the dip, survive against all the pressure, get the revives, and like you said, playing as a squad, playing as a 3-man unit is so difficult to try and isolate the 1 versus 1s, and it was enough for them to close out the win at the end of the day.
Yeah, Made in Thailand right there, absolutely farming the damage. Currently, today alone, sitting on 4,100 damage. That is absolutely absurd. The only team that's ahead of them right there is Fury, but they got Flood, and, well, we all know how Flood farms that damage like it's nothing. 25 kills to go with it. That puts them up there as the top kill team at the moment. They are looking really strong, and it is exciting to see, but we can't forget teams that are still able to frag out, teams like Fury, teams like Serayu Esports, who have got themselves the kills, but Fury haven't gotten themselves the wins in the way that Serayu have. Obviously, you're able to get those wins. Often the kills come hand in hand with them. So it's going to be interesting to see how things change. Obviously, though, we got to talk about that utility usage because Made in Thailand had themselves a really tough zone there. And the smokes really won them that game, especially when you have an end game on a road and it's that open. You've got to throw down the smokes to dissipate those line of sights and really just hold the angles on the edge of the smokes well. That's something Made in Thailand did really well, putting out the kills, putting out the damage. And it's Tanawat stealing the show in terms of the kill proportion. 50% of the team's kills, which is 10 over, I think 11 overall, going in the way of Tanawat. That was really impressive.
It certainly was, and I'm really not surprised to see relatively low numbers on the lethal utility tossed out for Made in Thailand, but the smokes being absurdly high because, I mean, they were caught in that dip. They never really had much of a chance to loot bodies, and that we saw how crucial that was. I mean, BN United just ran out, looted the solos earlier on. At one point, he picked up 8 smokes off Vanji's body or Hongvo Ditch or whoever it was that survived for Unicorn Phoenix by the side of the buggy, and then had to drop some of them because it was too much to work with. And by the end of it, all those smoke grenades for Made in Thailand was enough, but BN United almost used them to their advantage to play around the edge, got it down to a 1 versus 1, but those final shots did eventually come through. And maybe that lack of lethal utility made it a closer affair than it would have otherwise been if they were able to isolate that player on the opposite side of the road, get some frags, get some Molotovs across. It could have been a more convincing end game, but the numbers advantage for Made in Thailand was more than enough. Made in Thailand played it patiently with Duckmans down on the northern side of the road, creeping his way across, catching out a player on the angle as well. But again, it was a solid fight from BN United.
Yeah, I gotta say, Made in Thailand there as well. Shout out to the one and only CD6 for this one. We have this little cool spreadsheet he made where he kind of visualizes how Made in Thailand actually made it into the zone right there. And, you know, they got themselves a good zone position early, but when that Circle 3 popped, none of their players were in it. They all had to shift in. They get Circle 5, then again... Sorry, then they get Circle 4, then Circle 5, it shifts away. After that, Made in Thailand, they got super central, moved right into it, and they were able to get the win out of it. Especially considering that C9, the final circle, was away from them. It was out in the center of the road. It was not ideal, but they made it work. Don't forget as well that in game number 1, they had a really strong game as well, making it to the end game. So they're showing they can do it consistently, which is something that Myth have struggled with. Now, though, is their opportunity to do it again. Get themselves that second chicken dinner, cement themselves at the top of the leaderboard. We are over here on Miramar, but you gotta say, BN United, Unicorn Phoenix, that winner chicken dinner top 5 on Miramar, they have such a strong stat.
It's no surprise to see them at the top as our first and second place overall in the lobby. And it's no surprise to see Fury in third place as well as third place overall. Attack All Around have been picking up a couple of wins on this map as well. So maybe that is the team that we need to look for. We're starting to see a little bit of Thailand coming back through with Myth picking up the win in game number 3, denying the second time that we see a mirror of week 2 with Sarayu picking up game 2 in week 2 and week 3. Could have been BN United doing the same for game number 3, but denied in the final 1 versus 1 for Myth. Now, Attack All Around have their chance to maybe try and contribute to the resurgence of Thailand in the late stages of the tournament. Might not be enough to get the win, but at the very least, they can walk away with some of that juicy prize money and definitely show that Thailand is a team that can compete with the best of them in APAC.
Absolutely, they can. Thailand always been a strong region, of course, in APAC. We are more than familiar with how strong that region is. But it's Vietnam that are stealing the show right now. We'll see, though, as the zone pops. It's up to the north, and, well, no Thai teams in this time around.
It's a bit of a rough one now where the teams that were in the zone for game number 2, Fury, Sarayu, they were having a great time. This time, maybe less so, but there's plenty of wide space and they can rotate through the west side of the zone and make their way in maybe around Cobra area, the crater fields, high ground positions, or just stick towards the southern side. Seems like a likely option for the teams who are down towards the bottom end of the map right now, but they're definitely not towards the bottom end of the kills and the damage from the previous game. Tanawat, as we isolated him as the standout for Made in Thailand. Young B as well with that grenade to take down 2 members of Attack All Around in the vehicle explosion, contributing almost got that final 1 versus 1 to win the game. So that kill could have been up a little bit higher. There could have been 6 or 7 to go with it, but wasn't quite able to secure those final couple of bullets. But it was a huge, huge game for those 2 teams.
Absolutely huge indeed. The damage is always impressive to see because if you're able to do that, and I say this all the time, PUBG is a war of attrition. It's not about getting yourself a bunch of kills early on. It's about being able to, you know, farm through, do that damage, make sure that come the late game, when the fights really matter, the team that you're fighting has nothing left in their back pocket. No nades, no meds, no vests, no nothing. Player 4, though, he's got barely anything. He's only just landed to be able to loot, and, well, it's not going to go great for him. Jexy is there to get the knock, confirms the flush as well. 36 Cartel not starting things out great.
Definitely not the best of continuations for 36 Cartel. It's been a relatively slow start for week 2 and for week 3 as well. They started off so hot in week number 1, got themselves the first win of the tournament of all of PCS, of all regions, but since then things have been not going their way. Certainly going the way of Tanawat, though. 44% of his team's kills for Made in Thailand, 25 overall. They've managed to sneak their way up over Serayu, and still look at how balanced things are for Serayu as well. 30%, 30%, 20, and 20 as well. So everyone contributing for the Indonesian representatives that, again, they came very close to showing up in PCS4, but now with Victim Rise heading off to compete in PUBG on a different platform, that has left the door wide open for the team that played the qualifiers under Team Extraordinaire. They've signed to Serayu, and they've certainly made an impact here for the Challenger Rumble teams.
Yep. Of course, we have to talk about Tanawat here for a moment, though. He has been absolutely fragging out, averaging 3.7 kills. That is just absurd to watch right now from him, and it shows. Look, he is clearly the top fragger for Made in Thailand at the moment. No. I know a lot of people were hyped about Dugmans, but he's clearly the one you want to be looking out for. If you're an easy esports fan, though, you got to be hyped about this one. Klee has spotted out Asper, but Suspect up at the top, saving the day, spotting Klee as he runs between the buildings and allowing Asper to get out of there unscathed. 36 Cartel. If they'd lost the second player, the game was almost already a write-off.
Certainly would be. So at least they can find themselves a relatively small compound, but it's one that is defensible with 3 players. It's pretty much dead center of the zone as well, so they can at least sit here for a good while. Have relative confidence that they're not going to have to make any sort of mad dash sends, the likes of a few other teams who we certainly might end up seeing something quite similar. MSC making their way over just towards the northeastern side of Hacienda, maybe looking towards the high ground, the hilltops. Made in Thailand are there first, and if they do manage to pull up there, it's a defensible spot that they can try and keep hold of. So instead for MSC, it's just going to be take the compound that's free and available where no one is here to take the shots at us and see where we can go from there.
And in Thailand, do what they can to try and scout out as 36 Cartel. Well, they've scouted themselves out at crate, got the 3 gear. Didn't see whether Suspect was able to grab the weapon or whether he even wanted to, but you know what? The 3 gear is a big thing in PUBG, especially if, you know, if 36 Cartel run up against Fury and Ronan's got that bolt again, well, that 3 helmet is definitely going to help out a bunch. Looking at the circle, though, we should probably, you know, talk about this a little bit more because San Martin's still in, and other than that, it is just like valleys everywhere. If you're able to grab the high ground, great, but for the majority of teams, it is just going to be playing hillside, scrapping against each other, and everyone going central super early, just with the amount of unplayable terrain inside this zone, all the way up at the north, over towards Crater Fields, down at Power Grid. Everyone seems to have a general idea that it will be ending around 36 Cartel's area, but obviously Phase 2, Phase 3, they don't have that land ratio shift that Phase 4 does, so there's every possibility it could go over one big piece of unplayable terrain and hard shift super early on. So it really is anyone's guess right now, but a lot of teams thinking on the same page.
Yeah, that's kind of my line of thoughts on this as well. Unless we see a hard shift, maybe southeast in phase number 1 or up towards Cobreria, then we're relatively safe to consider this to be a pretty central zone. And 36 Cartel, even down to just a 3-man, sending Asper across to try and claim a little bit more territory in the center just to solidify that. If you are a team like Sharper, Fury, or Game Home, just coming in now around Minas Generalis, maybe you're hoping for that southeastern shift, maybe play the crossroads, the warehouse position. that could certainly be an ending that we're looking for. It will depend on the phase 2 shift, but for now, a lot of the teams relatively central, not too much scrapping for position overall. So the only death that it seems maybe likely that we might have in phase number 1 being player 4, unfortunately caught out by E365. Everyone else seems relatively settled, just a few probing shots back and forth, but unlikely that even if we were able to see a knock, that a flush will be able to come through.
Insight grouping up with his squad. No real concerns there. Mytho with a pretty big split. It's brave, I'll put it like that. You could very easily have a team come up over from the east, and many teams would decide to make a crash onto Tanawat's compound if it was a little bit more central. We'll see in phase 2, because this is one of those compounds, I say it all the time when there's a team up here, it's so strong to defend. It's so hard for a team to make a crash, but your biggest concern in that compound is your ammo, your meds, because you're going to be burning through a lot of them. Teams aren't really going to be crashing you, so you've got no bodies to loot. You have to be able to hit those shots, get knocks, get kills without wasting any bullets. So if the zone does shift up there, they do need to be extremely careful with how they play it and not overusing that utility.
The good news for Tanawat on that high ground, though, is that he's got sight lines over just about everything. He spotted Cerberus coming from, well, at least 600 meters away, as there was no name tags, so he was fully aware that if a team was to crash in from the eastern side, he will be able to see it. He will have plenty of time to hop in a vehicle and back out, or maybe even call the support to try and defend the position if that was to be the play. Sarayu, with a very wide wrap up the western side, it will be uncontested, as we alluded to earlier on. They are the only team who has opted to make this choice. Fury, Sharper, and Game Home have all taken a more direct approach, coming in on the south and the southeastern side. Game Home just on the lower ground below Fury, who are making their way up to the high ground to the south of San Martin. So potential that we could see some shots back and forth between the two. Unicorn Phoenix with a split, including Hacienda as well. So if Game Home go a little bit too far forward, they might find themselves a knock at the hands of Hung Vo Ditch, and there it is. God knew. Oh, he's been caught out. Hung Vo Ditch here all by himself. It was enough to get the opening knock.
It wasn't even the crash that you really expect there from Unicorn Phoenix. You almost felt like Game Home were going to lose a player that was inside this compound, but no, it was one from ranges. Like Ikamukau from range going to try and spam his way through. Does the damage. One more bullet, I believe, would have done it, but they're going to be able to survive. The phase 2 shift comes out, and, well, it pulls up to the north. Nothing too shocking here. Just bear in mind, though, that unplayable terrain to the north, so come phase 4, we're likely going to see it pull down to the south. It's not too horrible of a circle. I think that most teams were prepared for this one, as you can tell by the current positions. Game Home, though, they've got to make a move, and that's no easy feat with Fury behind you.
Is maybe slightly further to the north than a few teams were hoping for, but you can't really argue with the results. It's as central as you could really expect, and this does typically leave us with this valley that BN United once again are going to have the priority to get into the high ground position above and pretty much just sit here the whole game and once again vibe their way to the end game, which they're so good at doing when they're not all dying on a mad send crash into day trade. So if you all go crashing into your esports tab, slap that code in, and you might be able to get yourself some esports points as well. Well, you might as well do it now while the rotations are coming through, because seemingly teams are going to have relatively easy rotations to try and make. It wasn't too much of a shift from the majority of teams, but at the very least 36 Cartel will take the opportunity to answer back for the death of player 4 early on, as Easy Esports just get a little too close to the compound and they will lose one on their rotation through. Now they're going face first into Day Trade's compound as well, but a bit of separation in the form of that concrete fence will maybe give them the safety that they need. If Klee needs to get through the gap in the fence,
Klee,
though,
no.
that could be dangerous, and he just about makes it inside. That could have been deadly.
That's one of those from Nurens there where you take the shots and you're like, oh, he's a free kill. So you get carried away spamming and you don't realize how much that you're spamming. That's unfortunate there. That could have been the knock that Day Trade were looking for right there. They already managed to take one out. If they got a knock onto a second, I can very well see them pushing that. But it's not to be this time around, as phase 2 closes in about a minute 30 until it is consolidated. And honestly, Saga, most teams playing pretty standard PUBG right now. No one is going for these insane around the world rotate. Maybe you could say that for Sharper, as they are going all the way up to the north, but they know there are very few teams that landed up to the north. They can make an entrance from up here and potentially get themselves either a compound or some really good high ground control up above. They do need to be careful, though. As we mentioned earlier, Made in Thailand are in the compound up at the top of this hill, and all it's going to take is that one player scouting out to make the call, and the entirety of Made in Thailand likely going to cluster up on that compound, which is, as I mentioned before, extremely hard to push.
Not the first time Sharper has made a rotation very similar to this one. We did see that ridiculous game from Fury last week. This was around the same position that Sharper entered the Phase 2 circle from, which unfortunately for them did not pay off in the dividends they were hoping for, as it did in a few other teams. But for now, they're going to try and make their push forward. Duckmans and Jacob will be the closest point of contention for them, and Fap up on the high ground just towards the southern side of Oasis. Could have an angle over towards this as well if he's got his eyes wide open and peeled and a big scope to try and spot out the little ants in the distance, a good, 700-800 meters away potentially. But you know what? It wouldn't be the first time that we've seen somebody get knocked from that sort of range. Jiaomanj proved that that was certainly a possibility, even with the SLR.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it last game with like a 600-700 meter shot. That shift, maybe not what a lot of people were expecting, but it should have been on the minds that it was a possibility. Teams like Eagle 365, BN United, the Colony, Sarayu, all looking really strong right now. They've got the high ground, and you've got to think the Colony are going to be the favorites. BN United make the crash into the compounds. Oh no. As soon as Zest hopped out that vehicle and God Ace was still going, you could just see it happening. You knew it was going to happen. BN United, they are clearing out the compound. Thankfully, there's nobody in it, but it's better to be safe than sorry.
They've actually given up the high ground position to play a safer one, which will once again leave BN United in a position of not being able to farm the damage. So it's probably not going to be a 1-2k damage with a double-digit kill win, but if it does end up being a win, it could just be that's all they need. Ronan again picked off early. It's Daytrade who actually get a bit of revenge for the previous game onto Ronan for the second time.
Oh, Myth.
At Fury, they get 3 in the compound, but Myth is on their way here.
Oh, this is a rough one. Dougmans has fallen as Unicorn Phoenix. We've got to hop on board with this one. This is the team currently in first place overall, but not looking great. After that one, Escalusia ends up falling as Flood and Insight make a push. 2 crashes at the same time. Jude takes down 1. Shinvi tries to hold the corner, but it doesn't work out as Humbo Ditch makes the push in with the barrel. Manages to hit the spray, but no! He goes for the heal at the worst possible time, and Y8 is able to pick up the kills. Now, though, Jacob opens up. Waikiki falls. Flood, the final player remaining. After Insight was flushed out, the spray comes through, but it's not to be as Made in Thailand. 3 kills. They got themselves the compound, but now only a solo remaining. Easy Esports, they only had Y8, but Daytrade, well, they were more than aware of this. In comes the push, and they just cleaned up the fight. Daytrade now running the whole damn compound. 1 minute till phase 4 pops. I don't expect the action to stop once that happens.
Well, I hope you got your codes in before that, because that was chaotic. That was our pop-off circle by the looks of things. Phase number 3, we have just lost Unicorn Phoenix and Fury and almost all of Myth in rapid succession. Easy Esports gone down as well, but not before they were able to wipe out UNP on their potential attempted crash. I love the underhand grenade through the big wide open hole in the roof to get the opening knock, and then Y8 playing around the side, catching the last 2 of UNP off guard to take them down before he himself went down. And Daytrade, it's Norins who manages to pick him off. They are not taking any chances. They're throwing the utility and making sure that they're not going to get caught out by any snakes. 3 men in. 3 men survive. There's nobody here to take the shots at them. And look at the gift of utility, that everything that has just been delivered into their compound. Pucho is just happy to sit back and hold the warehouse.
In comes the shift, and wow, that is hard to the south. It is, well, I mean, Daytrade are looking good, honestly, and all of the teams in the center of the circle are equally strong. It is a complete valley here, so you know that as long as teams like Daytrade over on the east are able to hold out the rotating teams, then most of the central squads are going to be looking pretty strong. Archangel Predator, though, even though they're not inside zone, they're looking strong. They are flexing their strength by hitting those shots onto MS Chimbori, popping the tires, forcing them to burn through that utility. very early, as MSC have quite a ways to go in terms of making it further into the zone. Made in Thailand, though, Jacob as the solo. He is taking some shots, but that will kind of paint a target on his back that it looks like MSC are going to try and make the most out of. They do start a push, but instead swinging a little bit further up to the north and going straight for the compound. It's really smart from them to identify the fact there's players. They don't want to be taking these risks until, you know, the very last few circles.
A slower day for Flood has left Vanji as the kills leader overall for PCS5 APAC. He's a couple ahead of Flood, and it has been Ronan or Wykick and Mukau leading the way for Fury today. And Evil Patrick has certainly been doing his bit for Archangel Predator as well. A flashbang over the top to try and secure the flush onto 3007 in the smokes. That grenade would certainly do it. I mean, he was low health enough anyway. It didn't need to be directly in his face, but that's certainly where it was. Algin Bots will secure the knock, and he's just out in no man's land. There's no chance of the revive to come through on that. Was he going for the airdrop crate? Is that what happened? Because that was greedy if it was, and it's certainly going to cost him. But it might just cost Archangel Predator as well, as tags are coming in from all angles. Attack all around, who backfilled the high ground position that BN United held onto and then left to get themselves a safer, more central position to keep their numbers high late game, is coming into full effect as AAA free to farm the damage in all directions.
6x there takes down Skeet, gets the flush as well. MSC now with 3 players remaining. Algin Bots, though, you mentioned how they've drawn a lot of attention onto themselves. Algin Bots falls because of it, followed by CJ's attack all around now starting to get involved as well. It's a rough one for them right now. Mad Dog doing what he can to try and survive. The smokes are up, so there's no real info being found, but the nades, well, they don't need the info. All it's going to take is one more to find the kill, but it's Janku from through the smoke that manages to find the head of Evil Patrick now. Mad Dog is the only one left, but look at this. Game Home at the top of the hill, still got their nades in hand, but decided to slow things down a little bit. MSC, 3 players strong, but not afraid to take the fight. Moving into Sharper Esports, Julio with a nade in hand. 6x with one of his own, but that one's close inside the dip. It does the damage, but doesn't roll down the hill maybe as far as it could have done. Emma Shimbori, they're healing up the remaining 3 strong as the nades come through onto Archangel Predator. The zone is closing in. Patrick down to low HP, gets knocked, as does his teammate, but it looks like Game Home, that's all that they have left in terms of utility as the zone centers up. Only 3 teams in, and this northern side, well, Saga, you know it's getting messy.
It definitely is, and for AAA, the fact that they have just been gifted this compound as BN United vacated it earlier on is just mind-boggling for them. They will, that is the best possible gift that they could have ever asked for. Now Colony might be looking to try and make some sort of send, possibly to try and take it away from them, but Cerberus doing the same thing to E365, a pre-nade. I think that was their own that just did almost 200 damage to 3 players, and it's going to go so badly wrong as Jexy will wipe them out with a grenade of his own, and oh, it's gone so badly wrong for Cerberus. They've got a couple of knocks at least.
We saw Archangel Predator fall in the kill feed of Sololzi. He tries not to go the same way. The nade comes out. It doesn't quite connect, expecting the player to push round to the right. But oh, Jabrit goes in right through the middle. 1 HP remaining. The nade comes out, but it's not enough as Vandal 9 is there. Shotgun in hand, finds himself the kill. Cerberus fall out in 11th position. The 1 HP clutch nearly happening, but not to be this time around. Phase 5 closing in as, I mean, the northern teams, they are not done fighting. They need to still work in as Game Home. They make some noise with the vehicles, even though they tried to silent roll. Colony have heard them. You saw Momonji try to open up with a couple of the M4 shots, but he couldn't quite find them. Now, though, Game Home, they can't really make a push without BN United taking shots towards them. Maybe MSC are going to cause enough of a distraction to deny this, as Daytrade tried to take some shots of their own. It looks like MSC pulling up over at the rock. Rogue going rogue as a solo. AWM in hand tries to find himself an angle onto Daytrade, but it's not to be as the nades come out from the Colony. They realize just how trapped they are with MSC behind them and another team up ahead. Julio falls, but it's no real rest for the Colony.
So dangerous to make this push because you're so open to the one team who is yet to move, and that's Sharper. But Rognans Myers dealt with that. An AWM headshot, and Tinoy has gone down. The Molotov from Killer gets 2 of Game Home just up over the ridge as well, and now Sharper falling. The blue zone is pushing them into terrible positions, and they couldn't make anything of it. 17-0 takes down Belmoth. That's them eliminated in 10th position, and surely this is going to be another as MSC get wiped out. Norin's Flash contributing, Poochills as well to take down Rognan's Mai, and now Colony and Game Home just over the ridge ahead of them. Now under the watchful eye of Day Trade as well.
Oh, this nade is big. It's close and it connects. Glory's falls. There's only one player now remains. Venotica throws up a second. All it does is needs to land on the player. And no! Venotica, he lands it. Disgusting. Runs straight into the frag grenade as Game Home go down. He thought he was safe, but he was wrong. Beautifully done there from Venotica with the frags to make it work. But the Colony are still alive. Not inside zone, but they're still standing. So are you right now currently the favorites in terms of that winner chicken dinner percentage, but there's 7 teams and still 24 players to account for. So it really is up in the air. It comes down to the zone, and you've got to feel like attack all around right now with the high ground, with the compound all looking good. If it shifts to the north, though, attack all around, they have to move and they have to expose themselves to everybody.
I'm expecting at some point a send will have to be made from AAA towards BN United. There is a couple of dips that you can maybe find, but they're only really big enough for 1 or 2 players. It's not much of a whole squad in there. And if it is, it's, well, you're prone in there, and if you stand up, you get absolutely bodied. So maybe not the best of hopes for AAA that this will continue on a sudden path, but at the very least, they've all regrouped up in the compound, and 36 Cartel have not opted to try and make a play directly towards them. They're going underneath. They're going to pull up in the dip just below, which is dangerous territory.
Oh, the
puts
nades.
them in very much grenadable distance, but there's no windows on that side of the building. But Glooms, how can he just walk out like that and throw it for free? Nobody's looking in this direction, and he just peeks up over the top. And it's actually Day Trade on the way in, who actually take out 36 Cartel and then drive directly onto Gloom's grenade, and he's just been gifted even more kills. AAA cannot stop getting presents directly in their PO box this time around.
Day Trade just got so unlucky. So unlucky. They made the crash. They're like, hey, look, 36 Cartel are lit up. Let's go and crash them. 3 kills. And they just land right on top of a grenade. Those vehicles don't save you when a frag grenade is right underneath. Day Trade eliminated now. 5 teams remain. Mamonji just gets his head scraped off by Jay as beautiful shots coming out as the zone closes in. The Colony are the only team right now not inside circle, and well, this zone might just finish the job if it does a little bit more damage. Mamonji is back up, but 1 bullet will find the kill. The same being said for Killer after he gets caught with a headshot by attack all around. It's Zest there to clean up the job. As I mean, look, the zone's closing, no real chance of getting a revive. You may as well run in, use the smokes, try and make something happen, but no, Glooms is there for the headshot. Mamonji falls. The Colony are out. And now 4 teams remain. Saga, Phase 7 shift. This is the one that really decides the fate of these teams, whether it's going to be Serayu and Attack All Round or BN United and Eagle 365.
The main question now is, well, it's going to have to be E365 to make the push onto BN. Serayu, they don't have to make the push onto AAA just yet. They can play on the low ground and just hope that they're able to avoid the grenade. That's a good grenade, though, almost close enough to Youngbeat to get the opening knock that E365 would desperately have wanted, but he's not going to know exactly how much damage that he dealt with that. It's very, very close, but E365 at some point are just going to have to either make a wall of smokes or make a vehicle send, or maybe both, to try and take this position away from BN United and just hope that the assistance comes in from above with Serayu and AAA, but the position is so safe for BN United. There's so much cover from the southern side, from that high ground, and that's exactly why they came for this earlier on.
Eagle 365, though, we've seen them do big things already in terms of defending their compound. Now the problem is they have to try and take another. The smoke wall coming out, the shotgun still in hand, by the way. Shibrit was rocking one a second ago. We'll see how long he keeps that up for. The options here will either push into BN United or go for the hillside, and it looks like they're trying to throw down smokes to not give info away either. play that they decide to make. The frags are out, and they're certainly starting to line close, but Attack all around and just laying in wait for these players to expose themselves, not wanting to let Eagle 365, hey, when these smokes are gone, we're going to get the kills. No, they want to wait for the smokes to go, then get the kills. Don't just do damage, find yourselves the knocks. BN United, though, with a knock of their own, takes down Jexy, Serayu doing what they can to try and third party through. The damage connects, but no kills as Jankyu, he sees the head, he finds the body. As the damage comes through, Attack all around, just laying in wait. Serayu could cause some problems, but no, they are focusing on Eagle 365. They know that they can get these kills with just a few well-placed nades.
So many smokes expended, and Godace still finds a gap, and so does Trick. E365, I can't lie, I see the shotgun on Vandal 9, and I'm wondering whether it would have just been a better choice just to run straight at the compound, try and put that to use, but oh no, they're not even going to have a chance to consider that, because Hansi under fire. Underneath the vehicle, the final shot will come through from Godace, and E365, that's the first of our 4-man teams in the top 4, wiped out, eliminated. It's a combined effort from all of their opponents to take them out. And now, BN United left alone on the north, but oh no, AAA gets the hard feed for phase number 8, and BN, they have to go straight into the position that Day Trade and 36 Cartel got absolutely obliterated by grenades, and look how many Jayas have.
Jayas is ready for this. He has the frags in hand. He knows that the late game is when they really matter after that zone shift. Are you surprised that Attack all around are there with a 45% chance of taking the game, according to the mystical algorithm that no one actually knows how it works? Gems is there to take some shots. It's BN United. Well, we foreshadowed it with talking about that 36 Cartel Day Trade crash. It looks like BN United going to try and go for the same. Gems is distracted by Zest, but now that the vehicle movement is coming out, everyone from Attack all around is ready. You can already see Jankyu with a nade in hand, gets ready to throw it, but no, holds, knows that BN United could have played a little bit closer, but not to be this time around. The nade is there. BN United smarter than to wait down at the bottom, though. They realize that the frags were a potential, and moving up the hill is such a small thing, but it makes them a whole lot weaker. Jayas, though, shotgun in hand. I want to see it used. Maybe now's not the time, but oh, Simon, he is counting his blessings after that one.
I love to see it from Serayu as well, not getting over aggressive to push AAA while that crash was coming through, because they know their bigger threat in the overall standings is BN United, so they want them gone. They want that potential of the second chicken dinner to be eliminated before they try and take the fight with AAA, because even if they win the game, they're not going to overtake Serayu on kills from this point. So for them, priority threat, get rid of BN United, and then look to secure the win for yourself.
Phase 8 closing in. Look, we said it before, we'll say it again. Comes down to the dot after this. And BN United, well, the dead center. Serayu have to try and make a move in, but they just don't have any info on to Attack all around. Sure, they know they're in the compound, but that's about the extent of it. They have two options. They either push into the compound, or they try to swing down low and take the fight on to BN United. And I think right now it's just going to be a bit of a waiting game, hoping that Attack all around take the fight first. The zone is just that close that it will go in favor of BN United, but Attack all around don't really have to move until late. And once that zone has closed in, it limits the amount of positions that BN United can actually play, the amount of space they can be taken up. And those frag grenades, they become even more deadly, especially inside a dip like this. Sunshine throws out a Molotov to try and open something, as Serayu just going to be forced to play back a little. Throwing nades up to the north just to cover the northern players if they are there, but no, BN United way closer than they expect.
They've actually pushed up the hill somewhat towards AAA to try and take the fight close range. Maybe this is where that shotgun comes into full effect, but they've spotted out Serayu as well, wrapping on the west, and the grenades are coming through from BN United. Tricks caught out with one. It's Godace and Youngby on the low ground, holding on to that position, while AAA dealt with by Simon T on the high ground.
Gems sneaking around the back as
So
why
risky.
would you go for the revive there?
Oh, what?
That's no, because you we'll talk about that later. Anyway, right now let's focus on Gems and the push that he's trying to make it works out. Simon goes down, so does Zest. Got 8, also going to be eliminated. PN United, they were favorites in the center of the zone, but now things have just fallen apart. Attack all around with 4 players strong, make it 3 as he runs out of ammo. Young B falls, PN United following suit now. It's a 3 versus 2 as Serayu tried to get the revives off. They're not quite working, but did you see what Sunshine had in hand? A shotgun on his back, ready to take the fight when the time comes. Smokes are up, but the nades, well, they're the ones that Serayu have to worry about more. Damage connects onto Sunshine. How nearly gets flushed out, but he will be able to survive. Never mind, the Molotov's perfect. Sunshine caught on fire. Both players holding the angle, but it's not to be. 17-0 is now the final player in terms of kills. 0 for him. Only gets the knock, and it's attack all around that pick up the much-needed chicken dinner in game number 4 of the evening. And you can see the relief on their faces. They are up there, seriously on the leaderboards. And wow, that's what we wanted. We wanted to see another team get the chicken dinner, not BN United, not one of the teams that have already won. So they've definitely proved us right there.
I'll tell you what, at the start of the game, we looked at that top 5 winner chicken dinner percentage on Miramar. It's BN United, it's UNP, it's Fury, and then it was attack all around. And now they're continuing to climb up the standings once again. And they really got gifted that position by BN United. And then when BN tried to come back at the very end and take it back from them, they weren't getting the assistance from Serayu. And they said, you know what, if you're busy just trolling off on the west side of the cliff, getting knocked by the blue zone, going for dangerous revives, we'll just do it ourselves. They peek up over the top. They've wiped out BN United and then completely eviscerated Serayu. That Molotov beautifully placed to prevent not only the revive, but from the man from being able to play that position at all. Forced him into an open position, caught him out, and then 17-0 in a 4 versus 1. There's little that he can do. He almost got the first knock, but really no real chance of walking away with a victory from that position onward. So attack all around, a much deserved win and a much needed one for them as well.
2 more kills to tackle around. They would have jumped all the way up to 3rd, but they'll be happy sat in 4th right now. They've got the chicken dinner. That's the most important thing in this format, isn't it? Being able to get those wins, get a couple kills to go alongside them. Now the question is, can they keep stacking up to it? We currently have a 4-way tie in terms of teams with wins. Obviously, the kills being the tiebreaker, meaning that Made in Thailand still in first, 29 kills overall. Really impressive to see from them. But right now, it's up in the air. We've got 4 different winners, and I'm sure that come the end of tonight, we may have even more than that.
And what's crazy is how close it has been every single time, because we've had 4 different winners, but it's a realistic possibility that Unicorn Phoenix and BN United could just have 2 wins each today. Like, they could have literally won, and maybe even BN could have 3. They've been, 2nd place or 3rd place twice in a row after they won the game earlier on. So it's still very, very tight margins, but it's maybe for Serayu, not best case scenario. Obviously, best case is them winning the game, but it certainly avoided the worst case, which was giving BN that 2nd win. So at the very least, they have AAA to thank for that. Maybe not so much for wiping them out before and denying them their shot at their own 2nd win, but realistically, when they're playing that well, peaking up so confident as well to take the fight with BN United and wipe them so cleanly, then you can't really complain too much. AAA, a much-deserved win, holding on to the position that was really donated to them earlier on, and not only just being happy with that, but flexing out to the south as well, taking the shots towards Archangel Predator, game home, getting third-party knocks and kills as well throughout the game. Very, very well played from them.
Yeah, really impressive to see. Look, we've got 2 more games to go. Before that, though, we are going to be taking a short break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a couple minutes with more PCS5 APAC. the scores are in, and last match it was Attack all around that stole the show, living up to the name, attacking everybody with a 13-kill chicken dinner. Huge plays all around, but when it comes down to the kills, well, you just got to look how stacked it was. Daytrade with 8 of their own, but not getting anywhere near the same level of survival time, Saga. It just shows that, sure, it's one thing being able to make it into the late game, but to be able to do it with a lot of kills, well, it's an art form. Right now, though, it's made in Thailand that are just stealing the show. 29 kills and chicken dinner. All it takes, though, is one strong game of any of those top 4 teams, and made in Thailand will be knocked off the top shelf.
And so far, it's the Thai teams and as well Serayu who've come out swinging in their victory. BN United, they're playing it a little slower in terms of the kills that they're picking up, but it's consistent. 7 kills in game 1, 7 in game 3, 5 this game. Doesn't quite stack up to the 13 kills of Serayu and AAA's victories, but still consistently over the game, because it's a little bit of a toss-up between a couple of the teams who have got the wins. Maybe there's a 1 or 2 kill win or 0 kill games in between in the games before, particularly if we're looking at AAA. But I mean, it's good at the top. Serayu, BN United haven't placed outside of the top 4 yet, outside of, you know, that outlier game for BN United, which we'll grant them a pass for that because it's been very, very good. But things are getting dangerously close for Unicorn Phoenix with a 2nd place and a 2nd place this time around. The final 2 games that we've had, not quite as good for them, so maybe they can clutch up the win in the final 2 games of the day.
Speaking of which, kicking things off over on Erangel, final Erangel of the evening before switching over to Miramar for our final game. And well, we saw the southern playing pass. Now it is time for the northern one, starting all the way up at Zaki, swinging down towards Milta Power. Any southwestern teams now going to be in a bit of trouble in terms of their drops. We might see a couple of teams land towards each other. What are your thoughts on that? Do you think any hot drops coming out now that we're getting down to crunch time, or are they being saved for the final day?
It's certainly a little more likely in a zone like this. But with Game Home already dropping out, they're going towards Mini Zaki. It looked as though maybe Yasnaya might be the place. Maybe towards Rozhok, we're going to see a bit of action, but nothing too much. Teams are just going to have to really saddle up and just accept the fact that maybe your loot isn't going to be as good as it possibly could be this time around on a flight path like this. Anyone, particularly towards the south and the western side, will struggle to make it there for now. One interesting thing to note, if you're looking at the teams in the top, outside of the top 7, so Daytrade in 8th and below, the only team to have come top 4 in any game was 365, who just got rinsed in the previous game. But they have been given a solid chance this time around once again. It's basically an exact repeat of the circle that we saw before on Erangel. And for BN United, we can probably just estimate the game plan right now. They're going to go relatively early, get that position on the plane crash, have nobody anywhere near them within 500 meters until phase 7 or 8, and then probably make it to the top 3 again.
I love this zone. We've seen it before tonight, but I love it still. Daytrade, though, do need to be a little bit careful in the zone as they are currently split. Game Home in the middle of them, so they do need to be cautious. Taking a look over at the previous match, though, of course, we have to have the replay because I wanted to break this down. Obviously, it was hectic at the time. The nades came down. They did some damage. I believe they got 1 knock onto 36 Cartel. Yeah. Then the shots came out to finish off the job onto 36 Cartel from Veronica. Aspa actually managed to get one. It was the second nade that shut things down right under the vehicle of Daytrade. It was so beautifully done, and 36 Cartel followed by Daytrade. Well, it was all over, but that was amazing to see. How much of that was skill, how much of that was luck? I'm sure Attack all around are going to try and say it was all skill.
I mean, really, you can't argue with that. It was a perfectly placed grenade and perfectly timed as well. Of the 10 that they threw, that was certainly the coolest looking, we'll give it that, but very little in terms of smokes. They didn't really need to use them from their position up on the high ground. They had all the cover that they needed until the very, very end. But look at the damage. They have absolutely been farming up a storm in that previous game. Not only holding the high ground compound, but spreading out to the south, getting shots in all angles and certainly living up to their username or team name. And Gloom's 800 damage for himself, almost 40% of the squad's kills with 5. Great performance for AAA to close out the win.
Really impressive indeed. Gloom's just putting in work. Look at the damage. And you got to bear in mind, he did 800 damage that game, and that's only 30% of the damage that that team did. That was absolutely huge, and it's no surprises that they have two separate players in the top 5 kills, both putting in work. You got to say, though, Game Home, Made in Thailand, Day Trade, they've all got those players who are able to frag. It is interesting seeing the fact that this time for Myth, it was Jacob in the top 5 fraggers instead of Tanawa, like we're maybe getting used to seeing.
I'm not necessarily surprised it was him of the team, but the fact that he's there at all just shows how much damage he did in the crash onto Fury, because he was left as a solo and died relatively soon after, which we might be expecting to see from Mamonji. The flashbang through the window, but he does have the pumpy, and he absolutely pumps Clories as he tries to make his way up the stairs.
Oh, he tries to follow it up in a second, which he does. Mamonji, oh no! He takes down Godyu, but 3007 is there for the trade. Alec tries to push in. He lands the headshot, but no kills being found now. Colony, well, they got a tough decision to make. They've got 2 players remaining who could very well push in, and it looks like that's exactly what they're going to try and do. But Game Home, they've already managed to get the revives off. 4 players strong. Killer has been spotted, broken the line of sight, mutant in hand. This is an interesting fight to be taken. Frag grenade out from the side. Tries to land it onto Killer, but it's not to be, as Calv's going to be playing point inside of the building. AK to work with. It's dangerous up close, but there's no frag grenades. Even more dangerous, though, has to be Evil Patrick from range, taking the shots. 3007 gets the knock. Killer falls. It's Calv's as the final player left, but not for long. Disgusting cleans it up, and Game Home, the crash works out. 4 kills and no casualties.
Very, very close. That pump action really put in some work, mate. I don't know if he would have had time to whip out that grenade and just pull the pin and drop it as a bit of a martyrdom attempt, but really had nothing else that he could do in that situation. You can't ask for too much more than those 2 knocks, but that was the problem with that flight path. They only had the 1 vehicle to work with, and the rest of the team weren't able to get there in time, didn't have the lethals, and by the time they got there, the revives had already come through. Archangel Predator on the off angle. Unfortunate to not be able to steal away the flush before the final kill came through, but Game Home will absolutely be loving it. And what's interesting is that is the exact same compound where we saw a very similar breach happen the first time we had this circle with 2 entirely different teams. One of them, of course, being Unicorn Phoenix, their 4th overall today in the kills. And look at how even the spread was. Nobody there even reaching 30%. Every single member of the team firing on very similar cylinders. We love to see it. And what do you know? Chunks, the prediction. It came true. BN United in the plane crash once again for the 2nd time today. But this time, UNP, they might be a little bit rethinking their rotation path. They did wrap around the northern side on the low ground, but that position is already taken now, so they're going elsewhere.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And for BN United, look, it ain't broke. They managed to do extremely well in game number 1. I believe they got themselves the chicken dinner out of playing plane crash. So yeah, it's no real surprises that they are playing like this and they are playing this position. The question is, can they get the kills or another chicken dinner if they're able to stretch to it? It's so early on to be talking about can they get the win, but we still have to in this format, as now 6 stacks will be getting taken out. Pretty easy kill there for Unicorn Phoenix, denying Sharper Image after Sharper Esports, I should say, after last time. Well, it was Fury in shooting range, and it was kind of the opposite way around as they got knocks onto, I believe it was Day Trade rotating through. So it's interesting to see the fact we get the same circles, similar things play out, but with just different teams, different players in the mix. And the teams that maybe did struggle last time have gotten in a whole lot earlier in terms of rotations, whereas Fury, well, they're leaving it late just as they did last game.
Sharper Image, you said you got those UK webcams on your mind, I reckon, for that internet connection. But no, it is always good to have a bit of a mulligan, a bit of a chance to go back and put the actions that can fix the mistakes into effect pretty soon after the first time around, because it will still be relatively fresh in these players' minds of, okay, so last time it was this team that caused us problems, it was Sharper that fell victim to a lot of fury, so this time they're sticking towards the eastern side of the shooting range, not going west. That's where they met their demise in game number 1, but Fury have adjusted as well. Like, they've come in late, wrapped around north up by Severny, and now they're on the eastern side of shooting range. They're actually heading directly towards Unicorn Phoenix, and Insight is leading the way, so that could be a huge fight to keep an eye out for.
Absolutely. Emma Shimbori, well, they need to keep an eye out as well because they are getting pinned down right now in their current position. Fury getting extremely aggressive here, maybe not expecting Unicorn Phoenix inside this dip as Chu is just laying down low. If Insight hops out this vehicle and he's a little too open, Fury could be in trouble, but no, the shots come out early enough and Insight switches away, hopping onto his back seat, taking a couple shots out. Not really sure what the goal of that was, but he did it. Gotta point that out. It might be some big brain strategy that I just don't understand. In the end, though, Fury, they're still surviving. They're still 4 players strong, and that's all that matters for them right now.
They do have a very unique style of scouting, which is basically just drive at people and see if you get shot. And if you do, then you know the position's taken. And that's kind of the Fury way. So Insight getting a little bit of that action. Not getting shot at from Severny on their little route around that way, so they will pull up there with a 2-2 split down south. This could be dangerous territory for Cerberus, and again, it could be Vietnam who pick each other apart in the early stages with easy Esports, maybe with a chance to do some bridge camping of their own on the North George Bridge, but it's a sharp left turn from Hisaki. I don't know whether he heard that window break, but he seems to have pulled up and doing some scouting forwards for the rest of the squad.
Shinbi there to support Smell, but no line of sight really being found. It seems like Cerberus may be aware of this. Look, they are squads that scrim against each other pretty often, so there's every possibility that this could be just a good prediction right now. 5 seconds till the zone pops, and we'll see where it ends up going. It will, in fact, be going over to the east, so most teams already inside. Easy Esports and Cerberus, not 2 of those teams, though. A Smell opens up with the damage. A lot comes through, but the kill can't be found. The nade is there as well to try and finish off the job, but just a little bit short. The same not being said for Hymuses, though, as it lands beautifully onto Shin V, does the damage and takes him down low. Cerberus, they've still got their vehicles. They don't have to commit onto this, but they don't have enough info to know that they can safely rotate. They're not certain. For all they know, Easy Esports have a player sneaking behind them who, as soon as they hop in the vehicles, is going to spray them out and take down 2 of their players.
This is almost exactly why they've pulled up rather than just going for the mad send straight across once they cross the bridge, just so they know for sure that if there is somebody camping, they at least have a defensible position that they can try and work with, and kept a couple of vehicles safe. So they do still have a chance, and the spray from Easy, unfortunate maybe to not get the opening knock, but the grenades were definitely there to put the pressure on to the people who were waiting, lying in wait for Cerberus, and it's actually forced them to turn back and go over the bridge to South George and try another angle. And coming in on the opposite direction is Serayu, who might have their chance to run face first into each other. We might have a bit of a clash here. It's like straight face-to-face gangs in the vehicles.
I love the way that Cerberus right now, they're just like, oh, we're going to be safe. We'll turn away. This is the smart play. No one's going to come behind. But no, we might end up seeing some serious problems right now. It looks like Cerberus and Sarah, you just going to go past each other, so you don't have to worry just yet. Quickly, while they pass each other, though, go and enter that code into your Esports tab in-game. Thank Easy Kill for pressing the button to make it appear again. That was very kind of him. As now, everyone just making their rotates through. Obviously, Phase 2 is a pretty friendly circle, considering where all of these teams actually are right now. Most teams are already pretty central. It's only really Sarah, you, and Cerberus that have to make their push in to the zone. We could, however, see Easy Esports get aggressive onto Day Traders. Venotka is posted up inside the vehicle, actually going to try and take a couple shots, I believe. There it is, Klee with the spray. No knocks being found. I speak too soon as YA with the knock. Down goes Venotka. Day Trade losing one early.
Yeah, it's certainly not the first time it's happened, and if anything, I can't really remember a time where it hasn't happened so far today, that they've lost a player early on. And a lot of the time it has been in a trade with Fury, interestingly enough, but now it's Easy who wrap away, and they had the chance to do the damage earlier on to Cerberus, who, by the way, they're still in the blue zone. They're going out through ruins. They're going on the widest wrap that they possibly could, just to avoid any possible bridge campers. Serayu, I mean, they got over the Georgia Pole Bridge. There was nobody there, so they're like, I don't know what their guy's problem was that was going back the same way over this bridge. They must have thought something was up, but they get free reign to go straight into the zone. Easy have moved on, taking the fight with Day Trade, and now hold a good position on the northwest of the zone. But again, we're starting to see a bit more of congestion towards the center, with the exception, of course, of BN United and the plane crash, who There is actually a little bit, half of 36 Cartel close in the little bunker just nearby on the eastern side of their position. It's a very wide split for 36 Cartel, maybe a bit dangerous even. Now if this new zone will pop towards their position, though it gives them options. It certainly does, directly on top of them. So they have a choice now, and it looks like Asbra and Player 4 are going to head back towards Cherry and Suspect and bolster the eastern side for 36 Cartel, as they know that Unicorn Phoenix Fury might be starting to make a push in towards them.
So this is something a bit different. We had a similar zone start things off, but now that we've got that southern shift, it's definitely going to change the areas that are really playable. Obviously, Plane Crash was central for so long of game number 1. Now it's basically being cut out. Sure, BN United can hold there a little bit longer, but not for much. Phase 3, 25 seconds away from closing before players have to start thinking about, you know, getting in and worrying about that zone doing damage. But right now, it looks like most of them getting in early. MSC go for spray onto Day Trade. They don't land the shot, but that'll surely give teams up ahead, like Made in Thailand info, that there is a team on the way. However, Day Trade may be just going to play this hillside more than going over the top and getting super aggressive right now.
I think this really goes to show that northern flight path and how much teams have been squeezed. Zero utility on Rognan's Mai whatsoever. That is not what you want to see, especially if you're playing a hilltop position where the smokes can be crucial in keeping your team alive, particularly if a knock does come through. We saw that very same position under fire in the previous time. We saw this very similar zone to this. And now E365 coming in up from the northern side could cause some problems with that lack of sightline breaking that they have on demand at the hands of Rognan's Mai. Easy Esports, they have backfilled the position that was not long vacated from half of 36 Cartel. BN United fully aware that there is a team nearby, but again, for them, it's level 1 vests, not the best in terms of utility. It was an early move to get here, and we know exactly why. It's been a very successful day towards making it to the end stages of the game, if we excuse the one Miramar game where they lost their danged minds and went face first into Day Trade. But still, it's a good position for now, and there's only a couple of teams on the western side who could really put some more pressure on towards them. Serayu and AAP starting to make a move in, and they're taking shots at each other, so that gives the game away for both teams.
I only just realized, Saga, that Unicorn Phoenix, not in the top 4 right now. They haven't got themselves a chicken dinner. While they have a lot of kills, if they can't clutch that out, then it still opens things up for teams like BN United, like Fury, to potentially take PCS5. It'd be a hell of a challenge to deny them the chicken dinners, but if you think about it, there's only 7-8 games remaining. It's up there right now, and Unicorn Phoenix, they need to get that win, and if they do, they pretty much confirmed as the winners, or thereabouts, if they can just keep stacking up the kills to go with it. The zone, though, closing in. We'll see how things look. Made in Thailand, dead center at the moment. We'll see whether things do end up shifting. In fact, they will move down to the southwest. So, Made in Thailand, game home. Neither team being forced to make a move. It looks like, though, Easy Esports can have a squad coming up on them. It's Serayu that is sending it in. Ow, ow! Runs over one. Smell and Shin V take down one apiece, though, as Smell eliminates 17-0. Trick is the final player left, hopping out the back of the moving vehicle. It's not to be. Out comes the kill. Serayu, 15th place, but the run over yet again, Saga, yet again.
The first time so far today that they have placed outside of the top 4 for Serayu. Oh no. Oh, it's not even over. What has just happened? How has BN United needed that? And now MSC rocks up, and Easy Esports have defended their position and immediately been demolished with a combination of that long-range grenade to take down 2 and MSC sweeping in from behind, cleaning them up. And Serayu and Easy both go down. And it looks like Unicorn Phoenix, that's a very long-range grenade, almost enough. A couple of bullets from Flood would be enough to finish that knock. We can't quite find it. And that's an exploded vehicle. I think they have to go on foot.
I love what BN United just did there. They heard the shots, they peeked up, they threw a nade, but it was MSC that really pushed in and did the majority of the damage. Now, Fury also going to try and get involved as the zone has shifted away. They need to make a move. Poochill's there with the barrel, tries to land a couple, but not to be in terms of finding the kills. Hungbo Ditch, though, he is in the perfect position to find some of his own if he can land the spray, which he does. Maximus falls, but Belmoth is there for the trade. Jexy from range steals away the kill, and in the end, Unicorn Phoenix, a nade, and a barrel are all that's needed to get the kill. Sharper Esports out in 13th position.
Shooting range has really not been kind to Sharper today. In fact, not really anything has been. Only 6 kills picked up. Chew, they turn their attention immediately. Turn around, find out it's Fury that they're battling, and that's another really clean spray. Almost gets a second knock. Chew. Disgusting stuff, and the grenades aren't going to fall directly on top of Ronan, not quite far enough, so there is a potential revive to come through. They have already lost the one, and it's Asper over the top who's going to shoot Insight in the back. And now Fury's caught in between 36 Cartel and the damaged Unicorn Phoenix, but they can't find an advantage on either side.
36 Cartel just sneaking up, trying to get in there without being spotted, but now they have been Cherry and Player 4 each getting a knock apiece. Fury, Waikikimukau, he's the final player left. Some os-on-os action as the zone closes in. Cow needs to find an exit, but it's easier said than done with 36 Cartel on one side, Unicorn Phoenix on the other. Cherry and Player 4 each picking up a kill apiece as the players are going to be bleeding out. Everyone just trying to send it in. Chew in the vehicle, the US to be precise, as Van falls. Waikikimukau steals away the kill, but only one player inside the zone here for them as MS Shimbori eliminated out in 12th position. Oh dear.
Well, we can say there's no friendships, there's no alliances in APAC. OCE battering each other, but Cow survives long enough to actually steal away a kill and get another knock of his own. We can still continue seeing a couple of bits of the action on the map stream, which unfortunately has just now shown us the demise of Waikikimukau. There we go. He has been taken out. It's Flash to eventually get it. So Daytrade and Fury battling between themselves continues, but Unicorn Phoenix now in some serious bother of their own. He's extremely low is Chew. The Molotovs from Pucho is not quite finding the target, but with E365 behind them, surely they're not going to be making it too much further.
Oh, the nade was huge. All these teams on the northern side now starting to cluster together as the zone. Sure, it shifted slightly towards them, but it's not enough just yet. Youngby there with the spray. You're going to be able to take down Jexy's. Chabrit follows suit. Simon T pushing through with the vehicle, getting aggressive, and it pays off. More sprays from range. A suspect from 36 Cartel tries to come in with the third party. Hymus falls, as does that. Blue Eagle 365 go down, but Cerberus quickly following suit. There's 2 teams out in just a matter of seconds. Ace from BN United sneaking in on the edge of zone as Youngby up on top doing damage onto Chew. One more bullet will finish off the job. Nerds is there for it, but it's Flash that gets the kill. Unicorn Phoenix Denang out in 8th now. Saga, this is big. That is the team that outside of the teams with wins were in 1st position. Every other team now outside of Myth, BN and AAA don't have a chicken dinner. But look, BN United on top form. They haven't lost a player. If they can clear out Archangel Predator now, this could be big, and that will put them solidly in 1st position. Esquilusia with the shots as per falls to Jacob, but it looks like Player 4 surviving ever so slightly longer.
36 Cartel have done some fragging in this game, and a lot of it has come at the expense of Fury. But at the very least, they can maybe get some sort of second-hand revenge on the fact that 36 Cartel are unlikely to make it into this zone with the position of Myth, and they've turned their attention north as well. They've got Youngby as well, duck commands from long range, and now BN United. I was liking the aggressive look that we saw from them, but it might come back to bite them now as they're caught in between Daytrade and Archangel Predator. Giving up that spot on the western side of the zone to push the north has left them exposed from behind. Suspect out in the blue zone, a headshot onto Tanawat. Nicely done. It's not the first time we've seen Suspect fighting from the blue, but it will be the last we see of it this game. A 7th place finish for 36 Cartel, but they've got some kills to go with it this time around. That grenade might just be it. And BN United to go down. That leaves maybe a Thailand team to pick up the 2nd win of the day, but Game Home in their current position, maybe just dead center. They might just walk away with it, but AAA, the widespread around the south, you have to think that could pay off massively.
Archangel Predator as well. They don't really have anyone in their area of the zone. As long as they leave Mad Dog and Evil Patrick both holding that eastern side, they're looking really good. They've got themselves a plateau to work with. Godace, though, still alive, just sneaking his way in down from the north. Daytrade close off to his side, so he is pinned. As long as he stays low and doesn't get spotted, he's in it. But as soon as he does, you know the chance of him surviving drop massively. So he just lays prone. 15 seconds till the zone starts to make a move, and Janku from AAA. 0 kills so far between the squad. They are starting to fire out the damage, farm it, but CJ there to return the fire.
I have to say I'm a little less confident in the position of Game Home now that they've basically been forced to give up any sort of control, any sort of split, and just regroup up on the shack. That is pretty much exactly why they're not showing up in the percentages right now, because a shack is nice, but you can't really fight from it. You're going to get shot from all angles, particularly this one. And you've got Archangel Predator spread wide on the north and AAA towards the south. There's 5 A's in those team names, and about every single one of those is an angle that you have to worry about. There's a whole lot going on. And on the northeastern side, Jacob pushing forward with Myth. He's catching Puchios out behind the vehicle. Godace in the background, happy just to sit back and let this happen as Norins tries to answer back on Duckmans but can't finish it off.
He does the damage. Can he land the nade? It's certainly close. Tanawat ends up falling as Duckman should be able to get the heal off. Tanawat flushed out. BN United also eliminated out in 6th position. Godace did fall there. More flashes coming out here from Nurns and Flash, but they need to try and group up. The zone is closing through. It's got about a minute remaining until it is completely centered. So day trade, they're going to hop in the vehicles, whether that's for the rotation or whether it's for the easy cover. Oh no, Game Home, a dong. 0 cover from that nade as it connects. They still have a player inside, but the question is for how long as Jay swings out wide, clearing through. Maybe not expecting to have cleaned up so many players. Disgusting cleans up a kill of his own, though. Jay falls. Disgusting goes down as well. One player now remains. The Groza from Glooms connects, does the damage. No kills being found on 3007 as the flashbang comes. Underhand, it can't find the kill, and he hops back into his shack, into some form of safety from those grenades. Attack all around have just been torn apart. Archangel Predator looking like they're going to try and move in for the third party.
And in doing so, they may have just handed the win over to Archangel Predator, who will gladly receive it. They've taken down a lot of Game Home, but not the full squad. 3007 still alive. They did manage to get the knock on Disgusting that came from Archangel Predator themselves. Gems on his way over, looking for a revive, but this is an absolute firing squad. There's surely no chance that he can survive, and he won't. So Gloom's now all alone. He's got the Groza on the low ground, but he had much more than that a minute ago before this aggressive play. The double grenade was beautiful, but just the push through the smoke, they couldn't make it work. Got caught out by the off angle of Game Home, and now both down to just a solo player. Archangel Predator up on the high ground. Very happy to see it. Made in Thailand still continuing their battle against Day Trade for the northeastern side of the circle. Oh, Duckmans has been caught out by Norins. He's managed to get down low, taking the vehicle over to a rock. He's got an angle towards it, and he can spot Jacob if he tries to make a move as well.
Duckman's laying low. It wasn't enough. One more bullet. Down goes Esquilusia. There's only Jacob remaining. It's attack all around full. Now 4 teams. But look, 2 of those are solos. Made in Thailand with only Jacob left, and Day Trade with only 2 players. It's rough here as Game Home are going to try and get themselves the revive. Never mind, CJ's there to shut things down. Down go Game Home. We don't have the winner chicken dinner probability up. Never mind. Yes, we do.
Well, we do.
And Archangel Predator, the clear favorites. Down goes Jacob. 69% in favor of AAP. Nice. Now, Day Trade, 2 players left. Flash is hopping in the Dacia, going to try and move round, but Algin Bots, Evil Patriot working together to fire off the shots. Even if he survives, that vehicle's going to be low.
Oh, clean spray onto Flash. Only a few bullets required for Algin Bots, and that's Norins in a 1 versus 4. This is the closest Day Trade have gotten to getting close to a win, but in the end, it isn't that close at all. A 4 versus 1, too much to ask, even for him. And there it is, the APAC celebration of Archangel Predator once more, finding the form they were unable to find in week number 2. But this time around, it's taken them a minute to get here, but they've got the W. And Archangel Predator now make their way in towards the top 5 with a 9-kill win to close out game number 5 with 1 game left to go. They're going to put themselves up there alongside Sarah Yu. BN United, Made in Thailand, up at the top end of the standings, which is much more what we wanted to see from Archangel Predator.
Well, Archangel Predator moved up 6 places off of that one game. It shows how big a win can be, especially when you're able to consistently pick up those kills to go alongside it. If they grabbed, I believe, 2 more kills, they'd be all the way up to 2nd right now. So that is a huge jump for them to be making. It shows, look, it doesn't matter where you are on the leaderboard. If you're able to consistently pick up frags, well, if you're able to get those wins, I should say, and consistently pick up frags, you're going to jump up there. You're going to be on those top teams, and it can all change on a dime. We have one more game left, Saga, before we wrap up for the night. If any of these teams in the top 5 now are able to get themselves another chicken dinner, it pretty much sets in stone they're going to be taking a decent amount of cash home tomorrow.
Yeah, it certainly does, because realistically, if you get the 2nd win now, we've only got 6 games, and it would have to be every single one of the other teams that would round out the rest of the top 5 to pick up wins to outplace you, and then it just comes down to kills, really. So if you do get the win, we've got 5 of 16 teams who could potentially be candidates for it, but we've also got some big name teams who haven't found a win just yet. Unicorn Phoenix, certainly maybe a bit of an outlier for them to not have a win by this point. They've definitely come close, but in the final few games that we've had has been a little bit less close than it was at the start of the day. Fury yet to pick up a win as well, and they've sort of fallen off a little bit towards the end of the day, been caught in some very, very rough situations, and really not finding the win that we maybe hope to see from them. But BN United still getting incredibly close and still consistently picking up those kills. Another 6 to their tally. It's enough to keep them in 2nd place for now. They haven't quite hit the peaks that we've seen from Made in Thailand so far, but still consistently stacking them up. So I'd love to see the consistency from Myth to hold on to 1st place.
Look, if Unicorn Phoenix are able to pick up a chicken dinner, at least at the current standings, before taking any more of the kills from next game into account, they're going to jump all the way up to 3rd. That is a huge jump. And for a team like Unicorn Phoenix that they're currently in such a good position, they've got so much cash stacked up. If they get up there, well, at least we know that Vietnam are going to be pretty much getting 2 places in PGC. If BN United and Unicorn Phoenix are able to pick up those wins, like it pretty much confirms that at least one of those teams is going to be the PCS5 winner, but there's still a ways to go, and it is about the cash at the end of the day. If they're not able to get themselves a win and they're not able to consistently frag out tomorrow, it still throws a lot of questions up in the air. We still have one more game to go, though. It's going to be over on Miramar, and the question comes down to who's going to be able to grab that, because obviously if it is one of those top 5 teams, it kind of sets a precedent going into tomorrow as who needs to frag out and who needs to just go for those wins. If you are a team that's able to grab a 2nd one, brilliant. I want to see teams like Made in Thailand, though, continue what they're doing tonight, because, look, they're in 1st place for week 3 at the moment, but the past 2 weeks haven't been kind to them. They have struggled. If they can have a big game tonight, if they can wrap it up with a chicken dinner with a decent number of kills, then it's going to be a big redemption story for them.
Yeah, and there's a few teams who were pretty desperate for a redemption story of their own, and we're talking about days not being kind to certain teams. Cerberus and Sharp are by far the biggest victims of it this time around, and look at that. How little pressure do you have on you to get away with that little utility? 5 smoke grenades, 2 frags, 2 Molotovs, and that's it for the entire game. We have been seeing 4, 5 times these numbers consistently across the board for the teams that walk away with the wins, but Archangel Predator never really needed to do so from their position on the northwest. 9 kills, 1,370 damage is what they will walk away with, and it's a big number of kills as well. It's enough to put them in the top 3. CJ certainly contributing well towards that with 4 kills of his own. How close was that to 444 damage? There would be 4s all across the board, but not quite there. 32% damage proportion for the squad, so still a very, very good win for Archangel Predator, and much, much needed as well, considering their position in week number 1, picking up 12k in terms of the prize pool, and then nothing in week 2. It's great to finally see them back to winning ways.
Yeah, what I like as well from that one is the fact that I'm looking over at that stat thing that CD6 made, and in that game, they were in 2 zones, Phase 1 and Phase 5. The rest of them, not a single player was in the zone when it popped. They had to fight their way in. And to be able to do that without burning through too much utility, that was really impressive from Archangel Predator. And it shows that, look, there are 2 ways to play the most chicken format. There's the one where you sit in the middle, you get yourself a really strong position that's dead center, you hope for the shifts, and when it does shift, you just have to move a little. That's what I feel like teams like BN United have been doing really well. You've got teams like Archangel Predator, like Unicorn Phoenix, where, you know, they're able to fight in. They're able to work from the outside and pick up the kills, which is why when you see an Archangel Predator win, when you see a Unicorn Phoenix win, it's always big. It's always a lot of kills to go with it. And obviously, when we're talking about kills, we've got to talk about Made in Thailand, because kills the tiebreaker after the chicken dinners, and, well, Made in Thailand are just stealing that stat.
We spoke a little earlier on about how there was a big drop-off in kills when we get to around the mid-table. That has since been closed, and we have a much more lateral level of kills. So we start off pretty low towards the bottom. Sharper and Cerberus have had a very, very rough day so far. Colony, you know, there's been decent moments from them, but a lot of the time they are running into very problematic situations, as are Game Home and Easy. How many times have we seen them take fights early on and unfortunately most of the time not go their way? But from there on, it's relatively close in terms of the kills, the frags across the board in the low to mid 20s, with the exception of Made in Thailand, who have managed to pick up at minimum 4 kills in every game, up to the 11 that they did get with their win. Archangel Predator with 9, certainly contributing to their own total after a pretty consistent day. I mean, they've had 6 kills in game 2, 7 in game number 3, so they've certainly been stacking them up, and with the win to go with it, that's just going to sit them nicely in between Sarayu and BN United in 3rd place.
Yeah, really nicely done for them. Currently 3rd place overall for Archangel Predator. They are feeling good about themselves with a decent prize pool to go with it. Obviously, Day Trade, though, I think it's fair to say things are a little bearish for them right now. 7th place overall, 3K in terms of total prize. But considering they're 5th in the Pick'em Challenge, you maybe would have expected them to be a little higher up here.
Yeah, well, it does help a little bit if, you know, your 4th player isn't just a chair, but you got to take what you got to take. I mean, 7 kills in a 2nd place in the previous game for Day Trade. It's what you can really do. The best of a bad situation. Again, it's been a whole lot of running into Fury in the early stages, and yeah, they've taken down Ronin a few times. That's great for everyone else in the lobby, but when you wipe out 3 members of your team to do it, it isn't really all that ideal. So Day Trade still unable to find that form in the most chicken format that we've seen from them before. Game Home Hadong as well still continue to struggle, but they've got 8k in the bank, and if they get a win, they could put themselves quite well into the top 8 as well.
Well, now is the time. It's the final match of the evening. Still 6 to go tomorrow, so be sure to tune into that. Same time, same place, but don't go anywhere, because this Miramar game is about to get sweaty. Will it be one of those top 5 teams who already have a chicken dinner grabbing another, or will we get a surprise contender? Can 36 Cartel get their 2nd win? That's my real question for tonight.
It would definitely be a good one for the books for them. It's been not the worst of days for 36 Cartel, and a lot of that comes thanks to the previous game, picking up 5 kills, for they unfortunately did get taken down by Made in Thailand on the eastern side of the zone, but it's certainly one where they know that they can do a little better, bearing in mind it was an 11-kill win on game number 1 of week 1. So in that one game alone, that's almost the same as they've been able to pick up in 5 for this week. So they know that they're capable of getting the win. It would be excellent to see it as well. It would definitely shake up the standings and put even more pressure on the likes of Unicorn Phoenix, Day Trade, Fury, who are yet to pick up wins. If a team below them in kills does manage to secure the win and just boost themselves up in the standings, it really puts the pressure on and says, we have to get this win, because otherwise we can't physically overtake them.
I like that zone. I really do. I like the way it's looking. It is a horrible zone for the teams to try and navigate. It is so vertical, so many valleys that teams have to try and work through, but it's always an exciting one to watch. We've seen a couple of these South Coast finishes, but the question is who's going to come out on top, especially with just look how many teams landed all the way up to the north. There is a long way to go for these squads to try and actually get into zone now and specifically get themselves a strong position. You've got to be favoring almost those northeastern teams who can go for a bit of a wider rotate, come in from the southeast side where there's not as many players around. After last game, though, those kills were heavy, especially in the way of Day Trade. 2 players up in the top 3, but 2 players from Archangel Predator in the top 5, and it was CJ putting in work for the team and 442 damage in one match.
Yeah, relatively low numbers considering what we've seen so far today in both the damage column and the kill column. I mean, we've seen players hitting peaks of 800 damage in a single game, and sometimes that's even when you're starting off as a two-man because two of your teammates die very early on to that very team of Archangel Predator, made in Thailand, who did manage to have a very solid performance in our previous Miramar, but this time around, in the last game, it was relatively low in the kill column, very spread out, very even on the kills across the board, but in the end, the kills will get you up there in the standings, but the big jumps come thanks to the win. So Archangel Predator securing that has done absolute wonders for their position in the standings. And it's great news as well for BN United that Unicorn Phoenix was one of the teams they were able to secure the elimination on early on the northern side of the zone with a bit of a assistance from Daytrade to squeeze them out on the northern side of the zone. That is our current standings for PGC points. Fury up at the top. Archangel Predator, I mean, they really desperately need the wins if they want to try and close that gap. But if Baonam United can win the event, then maybe they can squeeze through on the PGC points and we can see UNP as the best team from Vietnam. So maybe it's still a possibility for Archangel Predator, but Eagle 365 still breathing down their necks. Sharper, unfortunately, not having the best of events, seems pretty unlikely that they're going to be able to catch up enough to overtake both of those two teams.
No, I mean, look, you want to be in the top 4, I think, in terms of PGC points. You want to be in the top 4, I should say, for PCS5 to really be stacking up 100 plus PGC points. That's where they matter. Obviously, the winner of PCS5 goes through on PGC points, but the way the seeding works means that Vietnam have to have, you know, a winner or at least a player in, I believe, the top 3 spots. So it's or at least a team in the top 3 spots. So there is a lot on the line for both of those teams, and if even one of them manages to win, then Vietnam are going to get themselves 2 slots. So that's a pretty big thing we have to focus on. The same should be said overall, though, because it doesn't matter where you come on your nation standing, it's all about the international now. If you're able to pick up a serious amount of PGC points, I'm talking 100 plus right now, getting into the top 4, top 5, then you're going to be feeling really good about yourself, getting over to PGC and stacking up that all-important cash. Because sure, PCS5 has a big prize pool, PGC is on a whole nother level, though. Esquilusia, though, he's going to try and stack up some kills in the early game, but he can't find the line of sight as Tanawa opens up the spray. He is going to try and finish off the job. Runs out of ammo, but that Mini 14, it can be dangerous. One more bullet will do it, and down goes Jexy. Duckman's there to find the knock.
That is a lot of spamming, and it certainly works out. Jexy, not at all what E365 were hoping at the very start, to lose a player on rotations. We've just looked at the points. We know that they need to start stacking up a win so they can have a chance to overtake Archangel Predator, but it's just less and less likely now. This time around, Made in Thailand playing the western edge of the zone. They will be rewarded with a kill that falls so cleanly into their hands. Now, ooh, Sunshine has to back away. Is Sharper making a move up towards the hilltop above them. He will be making his way back towards the church, where 17-0, you do hate to see it. The M16 in hand, unable to pick up an actual DMR before they have to get on the move, but sometimes in a zone like this, you just have to prioritize the positions. If you're Cerberus, that's not really on the cards, realistically. You're up in Campo Militar. The zone has gone Chumacera and Valdemar. You just have to sit there, get the best loot that you possibly can, and come in late. And just make sure that you've got enough meds to get there in one piece. And similar situation for Game Home and Archangel Predator as well. Going to be heading down south, potentially wrapping towards the river just underneath Valdelmar to try and find a way in there. I like that split from Colony, though. The position of Calbs, compared to the rest of the squad, gives them some options for really anywhere that this phase 2 could go.
Yeah, it's interesting. Look, if the zone does end up pulling hard down to the south, Colony having Calbs down there will give a really good entrance, especially when we looked at the map. You could see just how open that southern side actually was. It does leave a lot open, especially, you know, now that you've got Fury and MS Shimbori, they both land around Los Leones, that kind of area. Going to try and move in from the east. It still leaves that southern side open, which is something that you have to be accounting for, especially with some of the zones that we've had here in PCS5, specifically APAC. These circles have just been crazy at times, it feels like that. But that's just APAC in general. This is why APAC's the best region, right?
Yeah, sure. Definitely,
Yeah.
of course it is.
Look,
of course
look,
it is.
APAC has us casting, so we're clearly the best
That's
region,
true.
right?
Yeah, we're coordinated on the outfits and everything. What more could you ask for? Coordinated play from several teams would definitely be one to keep in mind, and BN United definitely looking like potentially the candidates for the best in that regard so far. But I mean, Unicorn Phoenix are firing on all cylinders. When they're firing on all cylinders, then we could definitely be contenders for that as well. Ronan, what more do you need to coordinate other than the angles, the velocity for the bullets on the bolt actions? He opts not to go for it. He goes for the spray with the Scar instead. And you know what? The way he's playing, if he used the bolty, he probably would have knocked one out of the car there. But he opts not to do it. He gives MSC a chance to escape, and they will gladly take it. Rogan's Maya at half hit points, but he has a chance to fall back, regroup up with the rest of the squad. 36 Cartel in the line of fire, but God Ace! Oh, he lets fly a few bullets. Maybe a little too early, and 36 Cartel get away with it.
Did the damage. You know what? That's all you can ask for at times. He's up on top of the hill. He knows where 36 Cartel. They know where he is, so it's kind of mutually assured. You don't kill me. You don't push me. I won't push you. So they're all right for now as phase 1 continues to close in. We did see Tanoy get knocked.
He's alone.
Is pretty split from the rest of his squad. Yeah, Colony could decide to push this if Sharper don't group up quickly, or Tanoy could end up bleeding out. In the end, though, Sharper, they are going to make that push and get punished because of it. As the damage comes through, sure, the kill hasn't been found, but it's applying pressure, and, well, if they can somehow manage to thread a needle and get a second knock, Sharper are going to be in real trouble. It looks low. They should be able to get the res at the very last second.
Very, very close. Margin extremely small for the time to get over there, but Tinoy will be able to get picked up. It's cost them a tire. I don't know where Belmoth is. He's actually up north. He's separated from the squad with Sarai. You have pulled up in between the rest of Sharper, so he is definitely a bit isolated. I think it looks like he doesn't have a vehicle, and that's why he's not able to make the regrouping play just yet. So, oh, he does have a vehicle, I think. So not ideal for Sharper, but man, they could do with... They could really do with being thrown a bone this time around. Only 6 kills so far for the day. We know that they're a team that's capable of much, much better so far, but continuing to have a bad form of luck.
Oh, Saga. The map stream is a couple seconds ahead of the feed that we're seeing right now, but let me tell you, you're going to be very excited when you get to see this one. It is pulling all the way down to the south. 50-50 circle. Look, it's probably not going to go to Egos Island. It probably won't, just because of the way that the land is, the amount of dry land up to the north. It could potentially pull down to the south here. Fingers crossed, but most likely it ends up pulling off to the northeast after this. So teams like Colony, don't forget that one we pointed out earlier that had a player already inside zone. They are looking perfect off of this zone. Fury as well in a similarly strong position as Made in Thailand start to make their rotate through. Now playing that southern side, I like this. They're going for Higos.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to lie. I've also seen these go hard to the west, and we have the area west of even Val Del Mar be the endings of the zone. It's not one that we would expect to see, but you know what? It's only phase 3, so the water-land ratio shift has not come into effect, but certainly what has come into effect is easy kill pressing the code button, so make sure that you get that one in and get yourself those esports points, because phase number 3 could tell us a lot about where this game is going to end up and just how brutal it's going to be to round out the final game of the day. How much are we going to make the players hate this final game? Let's see exactly how mean we're feeling in a few seconds when we do get to see that phase 3 shift come into effect. Made in Thailand, they have made it over the bridge relatively uncontested. Well, I mean, who's really going to contest them on the Los Higos Island? If it does go down to the south, they will have an absolute free-firing position, but getting off the island could certainly be an issue for them.
I mean, look, even if this pulls hard to the west, then I think that phase 4, it pulls down to the south, right? I might be wrong there. If it pulls hard to the west, there's way more land down on the south than on the north, so it's still a possibility. Vinotka, though, almost posted up to take the shots over towards Unicorn Phoenix. It looked for a second like he wasn't going to find the line of sight as Dat Blue leans out the back, takes some shots of his own, does the damage onto Vinotka, but no kill being found. Van, style point spinning onto his side. He catches some fire, but the roof providing cover on him. So Unicorn Phoenix, pretty central, playing inside these dips. No major surprises with the way that they're currently playing. Just nice and central, not an ideal position, but it's probably the best they're going to get without having to scout.
And this is a very rough situation for BN United all the way on the northern side of Chumacera. We know that they're a team that does like to get in the center of circles and sit there, ride it out until the very end of the game, but they have had no such fortune with the zone this time around, so they're going to have to make a play to get into the zone, and all of the really playable positions are already taken. And then to even get somewhere, it's going to be a mad dash send. Trick has to try and fight his way through Sharper. Can't get the shots into the back of the retreating Maxonus. Sixax on the opposite angle might be looking for something, but they can't quite find it. They've dipped down towards the western side, breaking the line of sight of Sixax. The rest of Sharper a little further towards the southern side. Sixax will hop on the bike and make a swift exit. Maybe pick up Maxonus on the way out.
Trick looking up over the top to try and find something, but nothing this time around as BN United. Interesting to see how they switch up the playstyle. It seems like over on a Wrangle and the games they've won or done well in, they definitely get very central. Now, though, the exact opposite, all the way out in the blue, closing in, waiting for that next shift to occur as 36 Cartel takes shots. Well, we were hoping, unfortunately, this time it isn't to be, but it's still going to be an exciting circle. Look at how much water is still in it, how much open terrain on the south is taken. It's going to become a hill battle up at the top. Specifically, the northeast is about to get a whole lot spicier. BN United sending Simon in on point, just following the road in, which it kind of feels like that's your only choice on Miramar. Sure, you get teams doing what Easy Esports are doing there, going off-road, going over the hills, but it's very inconvenient. There's a lot of bumps, a lot of opportunities for teams to take shots towards you. It creates a lot of choke points at times, and I think that if this circle was a bit further west, we'd definitely be seeing those northern roads as complete choke points for teams rotating in.
A lot of how this game will end up, I think, will rest in the shoulders of Colony, holding on to the warehouse compound at the top of the hill to the east of Val Del Mar and the craters surrounding it. There's a lot of teams that could try to creep up on them. Game Home, Attack All Around being the ones really to put the pressure on the east, but they're putting pressure on one another, and Glooms could get caught out by the angle of God Knew He Is, and Clories with a knock on Gems as well. That's a great opener for Game Home.
Really nicely done, but no real kills being confirmed just yet. Jankyu and Jay as two strong players try and make something happen. Jay is showing that as he lands the shots onto Clories, gets himself the knock, followed by the flush. Disgusting returns the fire. The nade coming up from 3007. Just a little bit wide right now as Attack All Around. Pretty split. They could potentially get a player in between them here and catch them in a pinch, but it'd be a hell of an achievement right now as Jay is just so far back. He's hopping in the vehicle to try and make a move as Godnew plays point. Jay is actually going for the revive onto Gems by the looks of things. It's a risky one to make considering they have a teammate all on their own, but not to be right now. As Disgusting now getting third party by Cherry from 36 Cartel up above. That might just be the saving grace that Attack All Around we're looking for now. It's a 2 versus 3 once they've got this revive.
Well, Cherry could definitely cause severe problems for Game Home. McClory is now down. Disgusting on the deck, knocked. And AAA, they have a chance maybe to try and make something of it. BN United, unfortunate once again. We see the team knock with the vehicle. It's 36 Cartel on the high ground putting the shots in, but they can't quite get them through the roof. So the revive on Young B will come through. And it's still not an ideal position in the middle of the valley. There's so many teams up on the high ground that can cause so many problems. And it's again Archangel Predator to backstab Attack All Round. The second time in a row they've done this. It's going to cause some severe problems on the eastern front.
Speaking of which, let's take a look over at the zone, see if it does pull east. I would expect it with the way that there is water and unplayable in this. The land ratio forcing it hard over to the east right now, so a lot of Western squads going to struggle. Colony looking really strong in their current position as Attack All Around, trying their best to peek up over the top here to find an angle onto Archangel Predator, but as soon as they do, they know that Game Home are going to be taking shots from behind. Jankyu falls. It's Cherry still with the 3x, trying his best to find an angle. Maybe the nade, though, can connect as it starts to come close. Ooh. Oh! Gems! Just a couple inches away from death. But this time, Attack All Around, staying up as Mad Dog starts pushing from behind.
Oh, that almost got Jankyu as well. Gems will be taken down with the grenade. Jankyu got hit for 5, and He was just enough hit points to try and survive his way through it, but I don't know how much more he can actually take from this position. He will be going down relatively soon if the push continues. Serayu, they've managed to get 2 players up above BN United, but do they know about God Ace? I don't think they do. And he can stab them in the side, but oh, Sunshine will get a knock from range first. It's actually Trick to take down Youngby, and now God Ace has given away his position. They turn their attention towards him, and BN, it's not looking like the end game they were hoping to find. God Ace will get 1, but quickly traded for Trick. And the Ridge will give them a chance to get the revive.
How's grouping up as well, so Serayu just playing this as a team right now, as they should be, honestly. Hansi will fall to Haisaki. As in the end, attack all around. They just got pinched between too many squads while trying to attack all around. CJ finishes off the job. As Game Home now, they're aware of this. They're going to try and back off a little bit further. BN United did manage to get the revive onto Youngby. He's inside a vehicle, going for the heal. Will be safe, but Trick, well, he spots out Zest going for the revive, confirms himself 2 kills over towards those players. Only 1 player left in the form of Youngby from BN United. Trick from Serayu is just looking up over the top. M4 in hand, knows there could be a player close, but no line of sight just yet. No real concern, though, because that cliffside is just a little bit too steep for Youngby to effectively make his way up and take a fight with.
Yeah, and United, their hopes, their wish of getting that second win by the end of today, just to give themselves that leverage over the rest of the lobby for tomorrow. The final 6 games now rests solely in one man's hands, and Miskalusia takes things into his own hands, and the push onto E36 is quickly finished off. But so is the rest of his squad, as Rognan's Mai with 2 rapid knocks, one stolen away by Smell, but Skeet secures the other. And made in Thailand. Oh man, now it's rough at the top. 2 quick drops, BN United not having the best time either. And we've suddenly gone from 1 player dead at the start of phase 4, 3 players dead, and now we've lost like a quarter of the lobby.
I don't think it's going to stop anytime soon. Just look how heated this western side is and how little cover there is to work with, how little space inside zone there is to work with. Look at that colony, just dead center right now as everyone on the west is clustered together. Sharper doing what they can to make a push on to day trade, but Cerberus is sneaking up from behind. Maybe not sneaking as the nades come through. Day trade with a 2K. Nicely done there from Nerds to get the knocks, and Poo Chills is immediately there for the flush. Smell falls as Venotica opens up the spray. Flash goes down to Trick as Tanawat is finished off. That is made in Thailand out in 14th as Sharper Esports try to go for the revives. The smokes are there, but not anymore. As Venotica, he finds the headshot either way. 6 sacks goes down. As now MS Shimbori, they take a fight of their own up against Easy Esports. Tanoi with the Molotov. It's close to Venotica, but the wrong side of the rock. Tanoi just trying to sneak his way through. Shin V finished off. That's Easy Esports out. About to be followed by MS Shimbori if any more knocks connect.
Oh man, this is definitely an APAC game. MS Shimbori were being crept up on by Fury, but they gave up on the push, so they get away with it. They push up towards Easy Esports. They will take them down, but Cerberus is there lying in wait, and look at the kill feed. There's about 7 different teams involved in all those knocks. How do you keep up with this? Good luck trying to kill feed count in this if you're an IGL. Grenade close to Jowman, but not quite close enough. That second one will certainly do the job, though, and that's going to be enough with the knock on Julio as well. Haisaki finishes MS Jumbori. Their chances of pushing up, and Cerberus, they started off all the way down in 15th place. They've climbed up to 11 on kills alone.
Unicorn Phoenix gonna push their way through as now Chu is there, lands one, followed by a second, and the third Chu is there to clean up day trade like they are absolutely nothing. Chu's stocks have just gone through the roof. Beautifully done there from Unicorn Phoenix. They're in first place outside of the teams with chicken dinners in terms of kills. They're second. They are fragging out right now. As befalls to Evil Patrick as 36 Cartel looking like they could be in trouble. Cerberus need to continue this push. Sure, they've cleaned up one squad, but there's a whole lot more ahead of them. Dat Blue with the spray opens up, but Flood takes down Fap as Insight does even more damage. Dat Blue doing what he can to make a final stand. Killer takes down Sololzi. Now only 2 players stand from Cerberus. They are pinned up against the wall. The spray comes through. Hunvo ditches there with the 3x on to Hymas. 1 player stands. It's Haisaki, but he takes down 1. Killer with the third party for a second. So now Unicorn Phoenix, they've gone from being such a strong 4-man squad to just a duo remaining. 1 nade will finish the job, or 1 player player from Fury with a nice spray. In the end, though, it's Van with the nade. Down goes Cerberus out in 8th position.
Fury might just be the team to sweep in and pick up the pieces, clean them up. Serayu taking the shots into the back of them as well. Sunshine and How on the high ground have an angle towards it, but look at Waikik and Mukau. Look at Ronan and Insight. They're on the move. Cow catches Vanji. And this is a huge set of kills for them to try and pick up. The one team that they absolutely need to not place within the top 7. And Fury has to win the entire week for them to have a chance of winning the entire event itself. So if they can wipe them out, that would be enormous stuff for them. 21% chance, but Colony holding on to the compound very well, getting involved, third-party shots in all angles. There's another knock that bleeds out in their favor. Hungvo ditch, a big kill to take out. Colony, by far the strongest position for now in the zone, but Archangel Predator pushing up against 36 Cartel, trying to deal with those last 2 players on the far northeastern side, desperate to get in the zone.
Argentbot's aware of these players, but the AUG is in the hands of Suspect. It's a dangerous gun to come up against nades. Coming over, but not able to connect now. 36 Cartel, no, they tried to push in, but it doesn't work out. Suspect going to be falling. Asper follows suit. Argentbots and CJ working together. Archangel Predator clean up 36 Cartel. 5 teams now remain, and, well, the favorability is just tied up, Saga, between Archangel Predator and Colony. Definitely seems like Archangel Predator being able to take down 36 Cartel has bumped up that probability massively, but you got to bear in mind, Colony have that play zone, they have the hard cover, they have so much favor in them. They haven't really had to move at all this game. You can see their kills, there is a big disparity between them and the rest of the remaining squads, but look, if you don't need to fight, why would you? You know, if you're able to get yourself to that late game, keep that utility, keep those meds, keep those vests, then keep hold of them. And that's what Colony have done really well so far this game. It comes down to keeping that up right now, being able to fight out of this compound when there's so many teams around them, which, honestly, from their line of sights, they don't have much info on where these teams are.
Maybe a little bit of an outlier game to see Unicorn Phoenix make the top 5 and not be on the charts for the percentage of win rate, down to just Chu as a solo. I mean, he hit a nasty, disgusting 3-man spray earlier on. So certainly not out of the realms of possibility that he could do it. And if he does, then he may just put the final nail in the coffin for their chances of securing PCS5 as the championship as a whole. But man, it is fighting an uphill battle, figuratively and literally. Colony holding onto that compound. They've been there for quite some time. They've certainly used it to their advantage. Archangel Predator doing very well in terms of their frags as well, keeping all 4 members high. Now on 32 kills, 1 behind Unicorn Phoenix, so a good chance of overtaking them in the kills just in case. Maybe not today, but if a win does come through for them, they will have that slight buffer. And that zone has played so well into their favor. And that gives very, very unfortunate scenes for Fury, who really were hoping for this to come a little further towards the western side, because now if they wrap towards the south, they're exposing themselves to Archangel Predator on the east. So really the only play is get into the compound. And Mamonji, he's got a shotgun, so he's waiting for it.
Archangel Predator in a really good position to potentially take this, but the same can be said for Colony and Fury, all 4 players up. Fury, as you mentioned, though, Saga, in a pretty tough position in terms of actually being able to make it in. Chu is making some noise, but quickly silenced by Waikik and Mukau. The headshot with the SLR just being too powerful this time around. But Fury, look, they've given away their position. Colony could very easily focus onto this, even though seemingly they all just want to play the warehouse. They want to keep an eye up the hill for Archangel Predator, knowing that things could go their way. How just getting down to the drop, making sure that he's able to grab all of the loot he could possibly need going into this end game. Fury, the long building is free. They can make it in, and that will give them an entrance into the compound. The question is how much they can really do after that. How can you close that distance between the long building and the warehouse? Do they have the smokes? And, well, will the smokes draw too much attention from the other squads? I guess we'll find out soon enough, because Insight is starting to play point, doing what he can to get the info. As the barrel spray comes through, no shots land, but Colony, well, they're aware of Fury's position now.
Serayu is a 2-man to have Almost the same. In fact, now apparently more of a chance of winning the game than Fury is a very interesting situation indeed. But Archangel Predator towards the eastern side, relatively uncontested. They have that entire ridgeline to peek from, and there's no contention on their position as there is between Fury and Colony. Then maybe that's just playing into their favor somewhat. But plenty of smoke grenades, plenty of utility for Fury. They've managed to keep themselves more or less uncontested on the southern side. It is from Sunshine, just lurking, just waiting, how checking behind just in case there's a solo somewhere that, I mean, like we said, there's zero chance that anyone could keep track of the kill feed earlier on. So for all they know, there could be a few solos lurking about, but there isn't. It's 3 teams of 4 and Sarah Yu as a duo. The first grenade from Ronan gets good damage, but almost took the bolty shot. And that will actually feed back into the compound. So Colony stocks just went up dramatically. And Archangel Predator maybe losing a bit of value.
Fury getting a bit of respite with that one. They're not going to have to move quite as soon. Archangel Predator coming up over that hillside, though, are going to have to fight pretty urgently. Sunshine does have the Groza in hand as the nades will get prepared, but being used sparingly, waiting until they are definitely needed, knowing that if you're taking a compound fight in the endgame, you want to have all that utility you possibly can. Smokes are out to try and break the lines of sight as How opens up. Algin Bots is there in a bit of an off angle to find the headshot. The nade comes out, does connect as Flood pins down with the third party. Mad Dog gets taken down low. More smokes coming through from Archangel Predator as they realize how tricky their position is. CJ makes the whole lot easier. Down goes Sunshine. That's Sereyu Esports out in 4th position. Now the real question is, can Archangel Predator make the push into the compound safely or not when there are 2 teams already posted up, one in the warehouse, one in the long building? It looks like they're just going to hold up north for the time being. They don't have to move just yet, but it's phase 9. It comes down to the dot. They're not getting another shift in their direction. They have to move sooner or later.
What's crazy is I feel like this zone might actually end inside the Colony's warehouse, and this is where the grenades will come into play. But oh no, they've taken inside out. They've wrapped along the northern ridge. Algin Bots pops up over the side at the perfect time, catches insight outside of the buildings, not in cover at all. Algin Bots for the 10th kill of the game to put them up to 35. Close enough to taking first place from Myth. Just 3 or 4 more might just do it. And if they're able to close out the win, then certainly they'll be in first place by the end of this.
Don't forget as well, Saga, this is the warehouse you can climb on top of here. If Colony decided to, look, they are pretty much dead center. If this zone closes in enough where they're not getting pushed from behind, Colony could try and send a player onto the roof to try and provide cover and then do a lot of damage onto Archangel Predator. We'll see. As the nades come through, they're actually sending Calbs up already, so he is getting up on high, climbing up through the crates. This could be absolutely huge. Alec with the Molotov, almost perfectly placed. Kamukau's already started to make a move, but it appears that he maybe got spotted as Colony did fire some shots. They'll land onto Ronan. The nade connects as well as Ronan gets flushed out. Calbs is moving all the way above, and this is what I wanted to see. Mamonji, though, shotgun in hand as Killer with the angle takes down Evil Patrick. The high ground being that deciding factor almost here for Colony, as now they have the player advantage. They've got 4 up compared to Fury's 2 and AAP's 3. 1 knocked in the form of Evil Patrick. A CJ looks like he's trying to find himself the revive. Kamukau and Flood working together to sweep through the warehouse and try and get themselves some kills. The flashbangs there. It wasn't a frag. If it was, well, Alec might have been out of it. But right now, Colony, they're still in it, and so are Fury.
How do you get Calbs out of that position? He's got another knock as well. The smokes were well placed from Fury, but the grenade perfectly timed, and Calbs from up above with the perfect angle to peek over the top. He's going to catch Mad Dog as well, but the spray isn't quite there. Can't quite get it. He's actually losing the 1 versus 1, and that grenade over the top could cause some serious issues for him. It's only a flashbang. Oh man, that is maybe fortunate for him. Kamukau makes his way in, but it's Calbs and Killer again to deny Fury the entry. 3 versus 4. They have the man on the roof, and the zone dangerously close to Archangel Predator's position. Calbs peeks over the top around the side. He gets 1. He's going to second. Oh, he got the second as well, and CJ's Molotov gets himself Calbs with another. This is brutal.
Oh, it's all over. Oh, it's all over. Colony sending Calbs up to the roof. It comes out big, and what a way to end it for them. The first team to grab themselves a second chicken dinner so far this week. It just shows, Saga, if you're able to get up onto that roof, you get yourself the high ground. It throws a lot of teams into disarray, and you can see it's half laughing, half, hey, we won, and half of it is, okay, we've got 2 wins. We're looking really good coming into this. So feeling good about themselves. Obviously, you know, I actually know that is their first win. My mistake there. I'm so dumb. I am so dumb. That's their first chicken dinner. That pushes them up to 5th place overall. But look, they have jumped 9 places off of that 1 win, and they absolutely deserved it. They got themselves a good compound, and sure, it's all well and good getting that good compound. When you've got Fury and Archangel Predator both pushing onto that compound, to be able to defend it, to be able to have that awareness to get onto the roof and play off of it, it works out huge. And Calbs, 3 kills in the end game there. That was so impressive to watch.
Bearing in mind they had 3 kills across the previous 3 games, with 2 of them being 0 kill, 13th and 16th place. To round it out with an 11-kill win is huge for the Colony, and I think that might be the first time I've ever seen a map update directly impact the winner of a competitive game. For him to get up into that position, he peeked around the side, he got 3 knocks at the very end, and really just secured it for Colony from that position. It was a very unusual thing to even see that position be playable so late into the game, and Calbs from up high, even before he got on the roof, was having impact, getting the shots over the top of the smokes as Fury, Ronan got caught out as he tried to make the cross into the warehouse. Maybe the extra man could have swung things in their favor, but then they would have had to deal with Archangel Predator without being on the roof, and that was definitely a more difficult prospect.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, this is the best way that day 1 could have possibly ended. 6 matches, 6 winners. Don't forget we're on the most chicken format, which means that it's a 6-way tie for first right now. Currently, it's made in Thailand out in first based on the kill point tiebreaker. They've got 38, but right behind that is Archangel Predator with 35. They actually moved up a spot that game off after the insane amount of kills they managed to get. We're not going to be here tomorrow, me and you, but we are definitely going to be watching because it is a close one. And if one of our top 6 teams is able to pick up a chicken dinner, they are looking so strong to take the entire week, especially considering week 3 has the largest prize pool. And then on top of that, if BN United, Unicorn Phoenix, either of those teams are able to get a win to start off tomorrow, oh man, it's going to be a lot on the line for those 2 squads.
It certainly would be, with Fury and UNP yet to pick up a win. And I mean, the previous weeks it's been all about Vietnam, but today has been the Challenger Rumble's time to shine, with the Indonesian squad of CRU picking up 1, and then both of our Philippines representatives taking a win as well. It's really going to shake things up for the standings and make things a little more of a question mark, because, I mean, we know that basically for BN United, for Fury to win, Unicorn Phoenix have to place 5th and 7th or lower, respectively. For AAA to have a chance, they have to not place in the prize money whatsoever. For them to not have a win, it suddenly becomes a little bit more realistic. If this continues tomorrow, there is still somewhat of a chance that BN United could sweep in, steal away with 1 extra win. Fury would likely need 2 wins, or at least a whole lot of kills, more than they currently have, and a win to go with it. But it leaves the door open for the possibility of it. And look at that again. Holding onto the warehouse at the high ground, top of the hill, under no real pressure. But look at the damage that they put out. 2,500 damage. Very limited utility that they even needed to expend. But why bother when you've got this man on your roof?
Look, we spoke about the leaderboard so much, but I got to talk about these teams like Attack All Around, Day Trade, Unicorn Phoenix, MSC, Fury. Teams that you'd expect to be at the top. None of them have a win so far tonight, meaning that tomorrow, if they want to stand a chance of placing into the top 8, they need a chicken dinner. Otherwise, they are in trouble. Still 6 games to go tomorrow, but honestly, the Colony, after that amazing game, have just set themselves up so well. A sense of relief, because you know that they're nearly guaranteed in the top 8. Pretty much as long as you get yourself a win, you're almost guaranteed going into the top 8. We'll have to see as we take a look over at that total leaderboard. 6 games, 6 winners, and a 6-way tie, Saga.
10 teams yet to pick up a win. That will leave the vast majority of them down in the bottom 8. Unicorn Phoenix and Day Trade doing enough fragging. Actually tied with MS Chonburi on frags is Day Trade. just one ahead of Fury, but the win is the elusive part, the thing that all of these teams have struggled for 3 weeks and still unable to pick up so far this time around. And 6 teams that have already managed to claim that spot have locked themselves in towards the top end of the standings, but they need to do more to secure themselves that top 1, top 2 spot. So if 1 or 2 of those teams can get that second win tomorrow, then it could definitely have a massive impact in how things will look at the end when all is said and done. When we add up the amount of total prize pool that we have, and that will be our overall rankings for PCS5 APAC, and there is a whole lot that can still go wrong unless Unicorn Phoenix can start winning games tomorrow. If they can, they're pretty much locked in first, but if they still aren't able to find that win, things are a little more interesting.
Yeah, well, you mentioned it. This time tomorrow, we will know who has won PCS5 APAC and which team will be getting a direct invite to PGC, and most importantly, which teams will be going to PGC, but we're going to have to wait for that. That is it for me and Saga for PCS5. Tomorrow, it will be Xenox and Elfish running the show to wrap things up. It was a pleasure casting for the entire event. I'm sure, Saga, you feel the same way. It is an honor to be here. That's it for us today. Tune into Americas in about 8 hours, I believe, and then, of course, be back here for the finals of APAC tomorrow. So, once again, thank you, everyone, for joining us. See you next time.